but you know, you can get in there and really pull out some nice bass with the SteelSeries, and it will honestly kind of rumble on your head sometimes, you know. It's not this constant one, but if you got something crazy going on, you will get that bass that will actually rumble. Over here, if you increase the bass a whole lot, say if you're doing a custom EQ, they can really sound messy because, again, those drivers are real stiff. So when you're forcing that bass to really push out there, it becomes kind of jumbly and just kind of muddy sounding, you know. But you do get very crispy highs out of this over here. Over on the SteelSeries, I feel like you got more of a manageable, adjustable sound. You can play with the sound a little bit more over here, and it is a sound that I think a lot more people can just be comfortable with. Again, the Astros are definitely a little more sharp. And lastly, the price of these headsets. The new Astro A50X is coming in at a whopping $380. But the SteelSeries Arctis Nova Pro wireless also comes in at $350. So it's not a big difference. If you're already going to spend $350 on this headset, $380 is not far off. So again, these are very expensive headsets. There's no question it. Now, yes, you can get the Arctis Nova Pro wireless for $300, and that's really going to separate them. I would tell you all day long, you go with the SteelSeries Nova Pro wireless if you can get them for the current sale price of $300 right now. It's a no-brainer. Go with this. It's a phenomenal headset. Change those ear pads, and you're perfect to go. But as it sits, if we look MSRP to MSRP, I got a few more nitpicks with the SteelSeries, believe it or not. The ear pads, that nub in the middle there, I like the app. The sound over here with these graphene drivers is something really special. It really is. And if you can utilize that, then you have a complete selling point as far as with the pass-through. And if you look MSRP to MSRP, I personally would honestly go with the new A50X. So how about the ever so popular Odyssey Maxwells compared to the new Astro A50X? And kicking it off with comfort, the number one thing we have to talk about here is the weight of the Odyssey Maxwells. These things are incredibly heavy, but that also goes into the build, which we're going to talk about right in line with those planar magnetic drivers, which we'll talk about with the sound. By the way, take a look at how cool my new Wicked Cushion headbands and pads look here. Speaking of the pads, the stock ones on the Maxwells, they're fully pleather, and yes, they are spicy, but they are very plush as well. Again, you all know I love my Wicked Cushions. But talking about that weight difference, just in the hand, like, oh my gosh. You know what? Let me pull out the scale. Let's check this right here. I'm gonna fire this up and let's go on and get our Maxwells on there. Of course, our Wicked Cushions are adding just a pinch of weight, not much. 594 on the Maxwells. Let's go on and get the new A50X. We are getting 362. So again, there is no denying that this Maxwell headset is incredibly heavy, and for long game sessions, I would feel it being taxing, and I just, again, it drives me nuts sometimes, and I prefer to use a lighter headset. Maybe I'm just being nitpicky, but again, over time, I'm just like, gosh, I need to take a break with these guys. Now, as far as adjustability and movement, you see you got that full swivel here as well, but you don't have any adjustment as far as your arms here. Your only adjustment is the headband, which you got those 3 notches there. But it does get pretty big. Once it goes down, it rests up on this headband here, which has that soft padded bit. So even though you don't have the adjustable arms, it'll still fit a smaller head and a bigger head. Of course, over here on the Astros, you got the traditional movable arms and then that full swivel. And that goes right in line with the build of both of these headsets. Again, as far as the Astros, you got a lot of lightweight plastic, and then you got the metal reinforced there. But looking at the Maxwells, you have just about all metal. You got the metal headband over here into your forks. Now, the crazy thing that Odyssey did is weird, is they put this little plastic bit in the middle from the headband down into your bracket. So you got this nice robust build, but right there in our middle stress point, it's plastic, which is just a strange design, but it is thick. It's sturdy, it's robust. I don't really see myself getting worried with it at all. And plus the headband, like you can't stretch it out any further because that headband will stop you. So as far as the build difference here, yeah, the Maxwell is built better, but again, that's also playing into that weight over here. Oh gosh, it's just night and day. At the core of comfort, there is no denying.
When I was a kid, my best friend, Dan Tureen, his dad had this beautiful Harman Kardon separate system. Like this big. Patrick Bateman also had one. However, as a 12-year-old with exactly $0, my reality looked a little bit different. Although I had aspirations for a beautiful separate system, what I got was a 12-watt realistic receiver that I bought from a furniture store in rural Nebraska, an Emerson CD player from Walmart, and a really crappy tape deck. For decades, the world of high fidelity was an exclusive club that only people with money could get into. Think about it, in the 70s, some of these receivers cost $1,000. But hi-fi has been democratized. The landscape has changed, and whether it's good or bad, it doesn't matter. But now we have choices. So sit in and let's talk about how hi-fi has changed in the last 50 years and the products that have changed it. Specifically, one product that you should take a look at. If you're my age or older, you know what I'm talking about. The beautiful, the wonderful separate systems. I mean, come on, these things were like a flex when you had people over, and people actually had people over in the 70s and 80s. It's not like now when the doorbell rings and you get upset. When the doorbell rang in the 70s and 80s, you're like, oh, put on the coffee, Mom, and put some cookies in the oven. We've got guests. Now I'm looking for my firearm if the doorbell rings at 7 p.m. Times have changed, but also for hi-fi. Marantz, Technics, Pioneer, and then Macintosh. You had separate amplifiers, separate preamps, a separate tuner, a separate EQ, and of course your sources, tape decks, turntables, CD players. It was a commitment of not only space in your living room, but also money, because it was expensive and it was the norm. And in the 80s, things kind of changed a little bit to the digital receiver. And then in the 90s, there was another shift to home theater. Everyone wanted to have that multi-channel surround system that when you watch Jurassic Park on VHS, you try to get the glass to shake when the T-Rex came. And that was all cool. That was all different. But at that point, for the masses, for most people, not audiophiles, but for most people, having a fancy high-dollar separate system was replaced with having a fancy multi-channel home theater system that you could buy at Sears, which incidentally is where I bought my first multi-channel home theater system. It's actually a pretty cool time back then. You go into Montgomery Ward, they had a whole wall of speakers. It was awesome. But in the background at the time, even though at Best Buy everybody was looking at the multi-channel receivers, 2-channel started to make a quiet resurgence. Wasn't receivers, now it was integrated amplifiers. And for the most dedicated of audiophile, the desire for that separate system never really went away. So, while companies like Yamaha and Marantz were still making 2-channel integrated amplifiers, it left a wide open space for some crazy direct-to-customer brands that did something weird, and that was sell on the internet. Emotiva came on the scene and they started making not only integrated amplifiers, not only home theater processors and multi-channel home theater amplifiers, but also separate 2-channel components, a separate preamp, a separate amplifier. 2010, Shit Audio came on the scene and they changed things up even more because they offer pure analog preamps with nothing in it. No DAC, no phono stage, just a bunch of analog switches at an affordable price. And then about 10 years later, something else happened. Direct to customer import super cheap products. Fozzy Audio, IEMA, SMSL, Topping. Dozens to choose from. They all sounded pretty terrible and they all kind of looked the same. But over the last 5 years, some of those companies have risen above. They've started leaving some of their competition in the rear view. And this, my friends, is the Fozzy Audio preamp, the ZP3. It's $200. Now, if you want to skip over the portion about the Fozzy Audio ZP3 preamp and get back to the history, then I put timestamps down there at the bottom. So now we have true democratization of separate components. You can build a separate system for about $600 now, which can grow with you. And while there are other companies out there that offer separate preamps, separate amplifiers, separate sources, most of them are still pretty expensive. Fozzy Audio also has a bit of a history. Around 5 years ago when I started the channel, I reviewed it wasn't the TP10D, it was the Fozzy Audio, it was the Fozzy Audio, anyway, it was a 2-channel Bluetooth amplifier. 80 bucks or 90 bucks. Sounded pretty good, had tone controls on it. While they sounded good, it would also throw a spark about the size of a pea if you had the power brick plugged in and then you got the little barrel connector too close to pop. Even in the manual they said make sure you plug it in first into the back of the amplifier and then plug the power brick into the wall. Fozzy Audio has come a long way since then. They've introduced crowd-funded amplifiers with Japanese components, removable, swappable op amps, Texas Instruments amp chips that sound really good. Now they have speakers, they're working on a turntable, they have CD players, and they listen to the customer. I remember I gave the Fozzy Audio TP10D, the first generation, a pretty terrible review, and you know what they did? They changed things, and they sent me an email, and they said, here's a new one. Please, give it a listen, but no pressure. They weren't trying to bully me into making a new video. They listened to the video, and they made something better. But let's talk more about the ZP3. So Fozzy went from being like everybody else, and I think has really risen above even SMSL and topping. Not from necessarily a measurement standpoint, but from a feature standpoint. I truly think that they're one of the only companies out there that fit within this niche that really listen to their customer. It's a pretty lightweight preamp, but to be fair, there's a lot of preamps that are pretty lightweight. The Emotiva preamp, the Macintosh C5 preamp that I had, and one of the things about a preamp that I never really gave enough credence to is how much the preamp section can affect the overall sound of your system. And some people say, well, duh, the preamp is where most of the personality comes from. Let's get back to this. On the front, you have their really cool orange knob. That's another thing about Fozzy Audio, is they're starting to get the styling right. They're even starting to get the packaging right. So everything from Fozzy is starting to become more of a premium experience, but yet at basically an affordable price. I mean, $200 for a fully functional preamp? Okay, get back to it. Orange volume knob, because that's kind of their color now. Then you have tone controls. Right here is treble, then you have bass, and more importantly, you have balance control. So if one of your speakers is right next to a wall in your living room or your office, and there's open space on the other one, well, you can dial in the balance control to get that center image. Which, guess what? Most of the stuff from the 70s and 80s had balance control. I don't know what happened to balance control. If you know, put it in the comments. Like, at what point did people stop putting balance controls on integrated amplifiers and preamps? Okay. Then power button right here. Also changes inputs. Inputs, somewhat limited. 2 analog inputs, 1 balanced analog input. I wish there was one more RCA, because not everybody has something that has balanced outputs, but Fozzy Audio also offers the ZD3, which is their DAC, which has HDMI, and it also has balanced outputs. But just keep in mind that if you have more than 2 analog inputs that you want to put into this, then it's not going to work unless one of them is balanced. Another thing that's very interesting about this is it has features that other preamps don't have at double, triple, 4 times the price. But you have to turn it upside down. Because on the bottom, you have this. This is a switchable high-pass filter. Now, first bit of criticism. The first one looks to be full range. It's 20 hertz up to 20,000 hertz. The second one is 80 up to 20,000 hertz, and the third one is 120. I would rather have seen something that either just eliminated the high pass, like off, and then maybe 60, 80, 100. I think 120 is too high, and I don't really think that we need a 20 or a full range signal. So off, 60, 80, 100. Either way, 80 hertz is pretty good, but a lot of people have really good speakers that can easily hit 60. I think 60 would be oh so nice, but it's okay. It's something. And then right here you have tone control bypass, which means you can shut down the tone control section. I tried it. I didn't particularly hear a difference, and frankly, I like having a little bit of tone controls. From a competition standpoint, there isn't really a lot out there from a pure analog preamp outside of shit. I think the greatest contribution to the customer that these direct-to-customer import companies offer is a true democratization of separates, buying separate components. More importantly, though, the ability to build an awesome system over time. And I'll give you an example. This is the Fozzy Audio ZA3. It's an amplifier. You can get one, you can hook up a single source to it, and you can control volume right here. Great, right? In a pinch, you could take a 3.5 millimeter output from your computer, plug it into here, and plug in a pair of speakers, and you have a computer system. The point is you can get an amplifier for $150 or way less. Affordable, right? The other cool thing about this product is it has swappable op amps, which means later on, when you have another $100 or $50 or whatever it is, you can add something like a Sparkos op amp to this to really up the ante. Or if you want something warm, you can add a Burson. And on this amp, you can also switch it to mono mode, which means you can get another one, more power. Then you have channel separation too. Build your system. You could add this. This is the Fozzy Audio ZD3, which is a DAC. Now I'm using these as an example. This is not a Fozzy Audio commercial. This can be applied to Duoc. This can be applied to Weem. This can be applied to Emotiva or Shit. So on this product, you have an HDMI connection, you have a USB connection, optical connection, coaxial connection. So in essence, this can be a digital preamp because you have volume control, you have a remote control. So that can be added later for another $150. So over the time span of 3 to 6 months, you can start and have music going right away with this and a computer. Later, you can add your DAC for about another $150. Now you have your TV, computer, hook up a CD player via optical. Then you can buy another ZA3, more power, better channel separation. Now you can add a true separate preamp for $200, so you don't have to buy everything at once. Over time, you can save up and continue to add different products. And the ZP3 also has swappable op amps. So not only can you tailor your amplifier to what you like, your DAC to what you like, but also your preamp to what you like. How does it sound? Sounds great. It's an achievement. At $200, it's bananas. It's not thin, it's not fat, it's neutral. Has a bunch of audiophile components too. They thought about this when they designed it. But I tried to make this video not about this product. I tried to make this video about what this product and others like it actually represent. Because I love Emotiva and I love Shit. And now there's even a more affordable option. The other thing I don't love about this product is it's the first product to have an internal power supply from Fozzy, I think, which is good. That's an evolution. They're getting better. However, you could probably run this thing off of 12 volts. And if you ran it off of 12 volts, well, you can use an external power supply. Specifically, a linear power supply, like a toroidal power supply. Which I know probably shouldn't make a difference to the electrical engineers out there, but anecdotally and also the experience of dozens of my patrons tells me that adding a high quality linear power supply always makes a bit of a difference. Obviously, I think this is great for the customer because we have more choices. We have more choices at a lower price, and we have more of an upgrade path that you don't have to be locked in to one system all at once. I hear the argument all the time. Well, by the time you buy 3 of those, you might as well just go out and buy a high quality blank, whatever it is, insert here, or buy a used blank, insert here. I didn't have $500 when I was 12. I could come up with $200 probably would have been a stretch, but I could have done it even when I was 12. For a lot of people out there, $150 is a big outlay. That can buy a lot of food for the family. But at the end of a year, you can have an entire separate system. And there's options out there for CD players too, like that SMSL. I think that's about $100. You can buy an old used CD player. You can buy a turntable for $200 from U-Turn and Fluence. So these products are awesome. And for what these products do for the customer that's on a super tight budget, it's a triumph. It's amazing. We live in an amazing time because the future of companies like Marantz, Onkyo, Pioneer that are owned by big conglomerate companies, we don't know what their future looks like. And hopefully it all works out. And whatever those companies do with those brands, hopefully it lives up to their legacy. The takeaway is it's never been a better time for someone to be into hi-fi and be on a tight budget. Because you have options like these import direct-to-customer products, all at a lower price than I could do it in 1985. And that's something to be excited about. You can also add a cassette deck to this, which TX still makes a new one. And if you like cassettes, I just put out a video about cassettes. There is some used cassettes on eBay are going for $6,000. I will link that video right up here or here. So if you want to be outraged or just entertained at the pure craziness of cassette pricing, well, check that video out. You'll love it. Thank you so much for watching. If you like this video, please consider subscribing. If you didn't like this video, well, I appreciate you making it this far.
When it comes to gaming, brands are happy to sell you aesthetics, buzz, and marketing, often at a hefty markup. Gaming chairs and desks, RGB on literally everything, and of course, gaming energy drinks. So it should come as no surprise that headsets have gotten the same treatment. Now, we're not here to spoil anyone's fun, but it's worth asking, do you really need all the features found on gaming headsets? Hi, I'm Alex from Ratings.com, and today we'll break down whether you might be better off with something a little more audiophile. Let's say you're shopping for your next headset. You've got a few tabs open, maybe a couple YouTube videos queued up. Almost every option boasts an app, wireless connectivity, and a handful of features promising a competitive edge. While we've hinted at an alternative, wired, no-frills audiophile headphones, they aren't a one-size-fits-all solution for your gaming needs. It really comes down to your setup, whether you're fine with cables, what platform you're gaming on, and if a mic is a requirement. If you're already picking up what we're putting down, you can skip ahead to this timestamp for our recommendations. Otherwise, stick around. We'll run through some key considerations to help you find the right option for your needs. For purpose-built gaming headsets, wireless is the rule rather than the exception. While most audiophile options stick to wired designs, going wired gives you near universal compatibility across PCs and consoles, but you'll have to contend with more cumbersome cables. It's also worth noting that with consoles, unless you plan on connecting an amp/DAC to your console or splitting the audio from the HDMI signal, your source will most likely be the controller's 3.5mm jack. That means high impedance headphones won't get loud enough, and you'll be at the mercy of the controller's audio hardware, which is usually good enough for most people. Next up, microphones. Gaming today is far more social and socially acceptable. Maybe. That means you'll need a mic if you're planning on making callouts in CS or hanging out with the squad on Discord. Most audiophile headphones don't have a stock microphone, but don't give up hope. There are plenty of low-cost aftermarket options that sidestep the issue. If you're working with a combined audio and mic jack, like the one found on most controllers, you can pick up a mod mic and a splitter, or an aftermarket cable with an integrated microphone. And if you're gaming at a desk and on a PC, you can opt for a high-quality recording microphone so you could whisper insults to your friends instead of yelling them. Finally, let's talk convenience and flexibility. Some wireless gaming headsets, especially those that connect to your phone via Bluetooth, allow for customization of their sound via graphic EQs and presets. This can be particularly useful if you'd like to adjust their sound signature when playing games on a console, though not all headsets retain sound adjustments when you switch connected devices. That said, if you play games on Windows, you can use free software like Equalizer APO to tweak any headphone's sound to your liking. As for versatility, gaming headsets and audiophile headphones each have their strengths. Bluetooth gaming headsets can double as casual listening gear for when you're out touching grass. Meanwhile, audiophile headphones are ideal for kicking back and picking out minute details in your favorite tracks. A bit of a disclaimer. Imaging metrics like stereo matching and group delay are unit dependent, so your experience might differ a little from ours. Alright, enough theory, let's get into some real options. If you're looking to minimize your spend, consider the Superlux HD681. They're often sub $50, and they have solid imaging performance, so spatial cues like footsteps will be rendered accurately. That said, their bright frequency response isn't for everyone. You may find it detailed or harsh depending on your tastes. At this price point, you can expect concessions in construction, and these headphones don't buck the trend. They're comfortable, but they don't feel particularly durable. You could opt for the slightly more expensive Superlux HD681 EVO, which has better build quality, but we don't think there are enough improvements there to justify the extra spend. Instead, we'd recommend checking out either the Philips SHP9500 or the SHP9600. While they are more expensive than the Superlux, both Philips headphones have a sturdier build that incorporates metal components and a padded headband for extra comfort. These open-back headphones also have solid imaging performance. There is some elevated phase response mismatch past 10 kHz, but most people won't notice this as phase issues are less audible at these higher frequencies. In practice, you'll be able to distinguish cinematic sound effects clearly in the stereo image. But neither of the Philips cans have much sub-bass, so don't expect too much in the way of rumbly explosions. Of the two, we'd lean towards the SHP9500, as the bass emphasis on the SHP9600 can compound with their downward tilting mids, muddying already weakened dialogue during busy cutscenes. At this point, keen-eyed viewers might have noticed our picks lean towards open-back headphones, and that's no accident. Many listeners associate open designs with a greater sense of spaciousness or a wider soundstage, the feeling of distance and directionality in what you hear. But soundstage is tricky. It's a phenomenon that's particularly difficult to quantify, especially since perception varies from person to person. And while open backs can enhance your experience, they also typically come with trade-offs. Reduced bass extension, exposure to environmental noise, and more sound leakage. When it comes to the budget category, the options narrow even further. We've tested over 830 headphones, and you'd be hard-pressed to find many audiophile or studio over-ears that are well suited for gaming at this price point. That's where in-ear monitors come in. While you might give up openness and the hope of a wide soundstage, you'll often gain stronger bass and superior passive noise isolation. And even if IEMs aren't the first thing that come to mind for competitive play, they're more viable than you might think. Plenty of top-tier esports pros use them at the highest level, even in games where audio cues are critical to gameplay. A lot of your success ultimately comes down to how well your game's audio engine is implemented and how accustomed you are to its specific sound cues. That said, if you're after a more immersive gaming experience, IEMs could be right for you if you'd prefer to trade openness for more bass rumble. First up, the Truthier X Critical Zero Blue and Red. Both are comfortable, well-built, and stay stable in your ears, and neither show significant issues in imaging metrics like stereo mismatch or group delay, so you'll easily pick up spatial cues. Sound-wise, they're fairly similar. The Blue's sound signature is more V-shaped, with a sub-bass taper and scooped mids, while the Red has a more balanced sound profile. If you're into bass but find the Blue's tuning a bit muddy or unrestrained, the Red includes a 10 ohm adapter that adds a bit more low-end thump while preserving its high bass taper into the mids. Either way, you'll get solid bass reproduction, great for adding realism to in-game explosions. Funnily enough, our next pick, the Truthier Hexa, is from the same brand. They're slightly more balanced than either of the Critical collabs, though some might find their tuning a little less fun compared to more V-shaped options. Still, they're just as comfortable and well built, and perform excellently in our stereo matching tests. The Hexa's balanced sound works well for casual listening and gaming alike, making them a worthwhile upgrade on the Critical collabs. Of course, there's no shortage of well-regarded IEMs in the budget range and beyond. We haven't tested or mentioned all of them, so if you already use IEMs for gaming, which ones did you settle on? Do they get the job done for you? And what do you like about them? Let us know in the comments below. For those with a bit more room in the budget, the mid-range opens up far more viable over-ear options. To start, let's talk about one of the most well-respected headphones in the gaming space, the Beyerdynamic DT990 Pro. These open backs have solid stereo driver matching, clean group delay performance, and outstanding harmonic distortion results. So footsteps in games like Escape from Tarkov come through clearly, assuming the devs haven't broken the audio engine again. That said, the DT990 Pro's sound signature isn't for everyone. There's a welcome boost in the high bass that helps compensate for a lack of sub-bass, but they also have bright treble with the classic Beyerdynamic peak around 9 kHz that some find fatiguing. While we haven't reviewed the newer and more expensive DT990 Pro X, they supposedly tame the treble compared to the original and are otherwise quite similar. If you're eyeing the DT990 Pro, make sure you grab the 80 ohm variant, which should get loud enough for most people, even when connected to a PS5 or Xbox controller. That said, if you need more headroom to increase your volume, check out the 48 ohm DT990 Pro X. Switching over to another German company, Sennheiser also offers strong gaming options in this price range. That said, most are harder to drive, so you'll have a difficult time using them with just any device. You can power them on consoles if you're willing to go through some shenanigans and set up an amp or a DAC though. First up is the popular Sennheiser HD560S. These 120 ohm open back headphones have a flat sound profile that's arguably more suited for precision than immersion. Like the Truthier Hexa mentioned earlier, they'll provide an accurate representation of positional cues in competitive shooters, but you may prefer something with a more excited sound profile if you play narrative-driven or cinematic games. And sneaking in one purpose-built gaming headset, the Drop PC38X, formerly branded as Drop Plus Sennheiser and Drop Plus Epos. This headset shares
Hey guys, Metal Jesus here, and I am back with another video talking about Xbox 360 games that you might want to pick up before Microsoft shuts down the 360 marketplace. That's coming really soon. And like I mentioned, this is the second video I've made on the subject, but I did want to clarify something that came up in the previous one. Many people in the comments were like, hey, about half of these games are available to play on the Xbox One and the Xbox series of consoles, which is great. I knew that going in, and that's the reason why I mixed up that list so that there was a bunch of games that would play only on the 360, but also on newer consoles. But it's important to remember not everybody made the jump from the 360 to the Xbox One or even the Xbox series of consoles. A lot of people kind of got turned off on the Xbox One and jumped over to the PlayStation 4, the PlayStation 5, or even the PC. That said, for this video, I did dig a little bit deeper in there to find the games that, for the most part, you do need to play these on the original Xbox 360, but I couldn't help myself, and so the last game, well, I'm gonna be a little selfish because I wanted to talk about it. It's digital only, but thankfully you will be able to play it on your Xbox One or newer console. With that said, let's get started. The first game I want to talk about is called Fatal Inertia, and this is a really interesting one because it's gotten a bit of buzz lately, especially from physical Xbox 360 collectors like myself, where suddenly we're seeing the physical version of this game skyrocket in the last couple months. It's been crazy to watch. And as you can tell by this footage, it is a futuristic hover car arcade racing game that only got a digital release on the PlayStation 3, but its physical Xbox 360 version is the one that a lot of collectors have been trying to find, myself included. I don't have a physical copy of this game. I was actually kind of surprised. I think it's because I assumed I'd always be able to find a cheap copy of it, and now that may not be the case if I do want the physical version. However, thankfully, you can pick up the digital version in the marketplace. This game feels like a mix of Wipeout and Mario Kart, where you slide or drift around corners, you pick up weapons and power-ups. On the surface, this looks like yet another generic racing game, but the surprise here is just how solid and fun this game really is. First off, I think the game looks really good, and the level design is surprisingly nuanced. It requires you to have really good memorization of the twists and turns, but you're also going to need really quick reflexes to get around those tricky parts of the track. And I think that's a big part of the appeal here, is that this is a really decent arcade racing game, despite how generic the name is or kind of lame the cover is. You know, it just looked like a budget title, and maybe when it launched it probably was, but now people who have an Xbox 360, they're looking to play it. Listen, I'm all for physical game releases and having, a game archived forever, but at the current prices that this game is going for lately, it would be really hard for me to recommend most people to go out and spend that amount of money. Instead, do what I did, snag the digital version. That way you can jump in and really check out this really fun arcade racing game. It may just surprise you. Next up is a game that a lot of people will be excited to see on this list. That is the dishwasher Dead Samurai. This game got great reviews when it was originally launched, and I think looking back, it's interesting to check out because this game is known for being painfully difficult and being just a really brutal 2D side-scrolling beat-em-up. But those type of games definitely have their fans. When a lot of games are a little bit too simple, there is something very compelling going into a game like this where you're like determined to beat it, determined to win, determined to get all the achievements. In this game, you're battling through grave sites, opera houses, city streets, and more, and you're taking on robots and ninjas and just kind of a bunch of random baddies. I like how if the enemy is close to death, you can perform an execution move to finish them off. That never gets old. But like I said, this is a very punishing game and also very rewarding if you put the work in. Probably not going to be for everybody. You really have to be into some of the more difficult beat 'em up games. But, you know, people remember this game for a reason, and if you have an Xbox 360, you're going to make sure and want to snag it. Next up is another game I'm very excited to talk about. It is Renegade Ops. This is another really well-reviewed game that unfortunately is not backwards compatible. As you can see by this gameplay footage, at its heart it is a twin-stick shooter. This was published by Sega, and you play as a highly decorated general who basically just takes matters into his own hands to help stop a terrorist. You have 4 characters to choose from, which each of them will give you a bonus to the type of vehicle that you drive, whether it's giving you extra shields that you can activate or maybe different types of weapons to use in battle. And basically what you do is just start the mission and then you cruise around completing primary and secondary objectives in real time. And then you're taking out all of these large enemy vehicles, you're rescuing prisoners, you're doing a bunch of things as you go around this fairly large map. I love how the world is mostly open, where you can stick to the road if you want to, getting to your objectives, or you can try to find your own way through the terrain. And what's fun is that a lot of the things in the world are fully destructible. It's so cool just driving your vehicle through a building and watching it collapse. A lot of people consider this to be a spiritual successor to classic games like Jungle Strike or Desert Strike, and yeah, I can definitely see that. This is a super fun game. You're gonna get addicted to it. It's just a total blast, completely worth playing, and dare I say even a hidden gem on the Xbox 360. There were a ton of arcade shooters released at this time, and the one I want to talk about is Raystorm HD. This particular version never made it to modern consoles. It has an extra mode in here that isn't available in the more recent Ray's Arcade Chronology game that came out on the PlayStation 4, the Switch, and the PC. And so for that reason, a lot of fans of this series, they recommend that you pick this up. As you see by the gameplay footage here, it is a gorgeous vertical shoot 'em up with fully 3D graphics, and it's also widescreen. So many vertical arcade shooters will only take up the center part of your TV screen, so I appreciate how this one's just nice and big and in your face. A cool feature here that I really appreciate is that you can turn on the auto fire of your missiles if you want, meaning that once you have a lock on the enemy, the missiles will automatically fire and take them out. Now, that may sound like it makes the game a little easy, but let me assure you, this game is very fast, very difficult, even with that option turned on. That extra mode adds enhanced graphics from the arcade original, plus it adds additional enemies and tougher bosses. Also, the game overall is a little bit more difficult, and they put on a different ending. However, they give you plenty of continues to help you get through it as you learn the different levels and also the enemy patterns. Another shooter I want to mention really quick that I don't believe is backwards compatible is 1942 Joint Strike. I am a massive fan of the original 1942. Playing that in the arcades, absolutely loved it. And as you see here, this is a full 3D and HD update to that game. A couple things I noticed here is that this definitely feels a little bit more responsive and also a tad easier because it gives you a health meter instead of just getting those one-hit deaths. There's also a charge attack if you hold down the fire button, so a little bit more nuance here as you're playing the game. Now personally, I love the original with its pixel art graphics, and I would say this is a pretty decent upgrade. It does look a little cheap or something. I don't know, it's hard to put my finger on. I guess I would say I don't necessarily love the new visuals, but I think they're just okay. Now for something completely different, this is Eternal Sonata. This is a fantastic RPG by the company Crescendo. That's a studio behind some of those beloved Star Ocean games, Tales games, Baton Kaitos, and a ton more. This is a fairly unique RPG because it focuses on the Polish composer Frédéric Chopin, who died from tuberculosis. And this game creates a fictional dream world that takes place during the last few hours of his life. And so in this game, Frédéric Chopin plays the main role, and the game focuses around his life and his music. It's a pretty unique concept, to say the least. You'll travel through the game with a party of up to 12 characters. You'll be interacting with NPCs, you'll be visiting towns and villages to buy and sell stuff, and then you engage in turn-based combat and more. I especially like how they use whether you're standing in light or shadow to change up how the combat works. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And as you see by this footage, the graphics are nice and colorful too. You can really tell that some love and detail went into making this pretty unique RPG. And it's a beefy game too, taking about 40 hours to complete if you want to do everything in it. And you know, it only costs $15 for the digital version, which I think is actually a pretty good value. And it's got enough heart and charm to really stand out. It's a pretty special game, and fans of Japanese RPGs should definitely pick it up. All right, here's a little controversy. So I'm going to talk about Ridge Racer Unbounded. Now, as you can tell, I'm very excited to talk about this arcade racing game, but unfortunately, it's a bit misunderstood, and honestly, I think it's way better than you might think. This game was developed by Bugbear. That's the company behind arcade racing games like Flat Out and also Wreckfest. However, those games play nothing like traditional Ridge Racer games, not at all. But for some reason, Namco wanted them to make a Ridge Racer game, and the result is something that really turned off fans of the franchise when it launched. And to be honest, I get it. I think they were basically just trying to kind of reboot the series, I guess. The end result is that this game looks and plays completely different to any other Ridge Racer game. It plays more like a Burnout game, or I guess Split Second if you've ever played that really fun game. It's a mix of that. Now, a big focus of the game is drifting, as you would expect, but it's also got in there where you battle cars and you use the destruction of the environment. That's kind of the new features that they've brought to it. And that's really not that surprising because that's what Bugbear does best. That's what they bring to the Flat Out and the Wreckfest series. It's just that they're shoving that into a Ridge Racer game. Now, one common complaint is that the drifting feels really different in this game than any others in the series. And you know, that's a bummer because you do need to play this game for a couple levels to get the feel of it and actually start winning races. That's at least my experience. When I first fired this up, yeah, I was losing pretty badly, but then you learn how the drifting works in this game compared to other Ridge Racer games, and that's when you get it, and that's when this game becomes fun. And then it just completely opens up from there, man. This is way more fun than I expected it to be. Again, just don't go into it thinking that it's a traditional Ridge Racer game and you'll be fine. Now, the good news is there is a really cheap physical version, both for the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3 if you want. And it's also available on the PC. I have it on my Steam Deck as well. But if you haven't played this game and you have an Xbox 360 and you like arcade racing games like this, you might want to snag the digital version while you can. You'll thank me later. Next up is a game I'm a little surprised to see is not backwards compatible on the Xbox One or series of consoles, and that is Warhammer 40k Space Marine. This is a really high quality third-person shooter mixed in with hack and slash, and it was developed by Relic Entertainment and then published by THQ. Relic Entertainment have been around for a while. They've made several loved games, including Homeworld on the PC, Company of Heroes, Age of Empires 4, and a bunch more. This game has you taking on hordes of orcs and also the forces of chaos as you're pushing your way through to your objective. And while you're doing that, you're going back and forth between melee attacks and shooting. That's the mechanic of this game. You're not always doing melee and you're not always doing shooting. You're mixing it up all the time. You're doing that because the game throws a lot at you, so you really need to watch your health here. However, you can quickly refill it by doing a finishing move on an enemy that you've beaten down. You'll get a button press option there, and then you'll take him down, and then your health gets back up, so that's cool. And as you see by this footage, the graphics are pretty good, right? And the action is pretty much non-stop. It pauses every once in a while to maybe do a cutscene here and there and progress the story, but for the most part, you are just cutting down enemies left and right. And I found exploring the environments pretty fun and interesting. Now, there is a sequel finally coming to modern systems, and I guess maybe one day we'll get a remaster of this game as well. Who knows, right? But as of now, I want to recommend you pick up this one, either the physical or digital version if you have an Xbox 360. There is also a PlayStation 3 version as well, if you prefer that console. Next up is Crimson Alliance. So this is a co-op action RPG that was published by Microsoft, and it's only available on the Xbox 360. Initially, when this game launched, it was free to try, but then you could spend, I think it was 800 to 1200 Microsoft points to unlock all the character classes. I mention that because you need to consider that before the store closes if you decide to pick this up, because you can download it for free, but it won't give you access to all of the characters that you may want to play as. At its core, it's a pretty standard Diablo-style RPG where you have different characters with specific attack methods. The wizard will use a long-range attack, as you might expect. The mercenary has melee, and the assassin is a bit of a mix of the two. There are secret areas in each level to try to find, and I found that the levels were varied enough that it kept me interested while I was, hacking away at enemies and trying to find gold to upgrade my weapons and armor. Now, is this a must-own? I mean, probably not, since there are a lot of these type of games and experiences today that you could play on, newer systems. But I wanted to highlight it here one last time as, that store closes. This game may go away forever. Alright, and finally, the one game on this list that is backwards compatible on the Xbox One and Series X. That, of course, is my beloved Hydro Thunder Hurricane. I've always loved this game. I've been playing it for years, and it's just a masterpiece. Sadly, there is no physical version of this game, which really bums me out. I mean, it actually bums me out so much that when I ran into the developer years ago at a gaming expo, I begged, I pleaded with them to eventually put out a physical version. Seriously, it's a holy grail game for me, and it deserves a special physical version of it. It's so stupid why we didn't get one. Now, if you played Hydro Thunder in the arcades or on the N64, or the PlayStation, or the Dreamcast, you know why these games are so much fun. They're amazing arcade racing games that don't come around very often. And Hydro Thunder Hurricane is a fantastic sequel. As you see by this footage here, the graphics are great. They're very colorful. The level design is detailed and inventive. The water mechanics are still amazing and feel right even today. Also, I love the amount of hidden shortcuts and things to discover all over this game, on every level. If you can't tell by the tone of my voice, this is one of my favorite arcade racing games from this era. It's still a blast to play. So if you like these type of games, please go buy the digital version. I don't care if you get it on the 360 or the Xbox One or the Series X. Just make sure that you have this on your hard drive. You won't be disappointed. And so that, guys, is another video of Xbox 360 games that you probably should check out before Microsoft shuts down the marketplace forever. It's gonna be a sad day. If there's any games that you think I've missed or should cover in a future video, please let me know down in the comments below. And as always, guys, I want to thank you for watching my channel. Thank you for subscribing, and take care.
Facebook Marketplace can be one of the best places to find retro games, or one of the riskiest. Meetups fall through, sellers stop responding, and sometimes you're left wondering if they're even going to show up. From nearly getting scammed to doing an entire game collection buyout, this is what happens when you risk your time and money on Facebook Marketplace. What's up, I'm Sharif, aka Dulex, and welcome back to the Free Game Collection. This is a series where I try to rebuild my childhood PS2 collection without spending any money, and I'm here to answer the question, is Facebook Marketplace worth the risk for video game collectors? In this episode, I'm hunting for PlayStation 2 games entirely through Facebook Marketplace. I started this whole thing by doing what most collectors do, scrolling. Most of the listings I saw were either overpriced, scams, too good to be true, or just outside of my budget, which is currently $178. But eventually, I came across this one. This is a listing for Silent Hill 2 on the PS2, listed for $100. That immediately stood out to me because I know that this game sells for around $165 or $175 on eBay, and I actually just acquired this game in our last episode, which is on my shelf right now. So if I'm able to get this one on Facebook, then I stand to make a pretty decent profit flipping it. Hi, I'd like to purchase this game. When will you be able to meet?
Cool. Did you look to see if you were interested in any of my other games for sale?
I'm interested in Lunar Silver Story as well.
Awesome. I can meet up tomorrow. Where are you located?
I'm free all day tomorrow. I live over in...
Awesome. I gotta drop my boyfriend off at work at 10. Would you be able to meet me in the parking lot around 10 to 10:15?
Eventually we agreed that if I bought both of the games she had listed, then I'd be able to get Silent Hill for $80, and that's an amazing deal. So I'm heading out now to see if this is legit. All right, so I've been sitting here in the parking lot for about 45 minutes. So she's messaging me saying that she's still coming here after she's done at the store she's at because she has to drop her boyfriend off at work over here somewhere. I don't know if any of this is legit because on her Facebook profile it says that she lives pretty far away from here, like over an hour and a half away, so I'm not sure why her boyfriend would work here. So this is always the risk with these type of meetups on Facebook, offer up apps like that. We don't know if they're actually going to show up, but sometimes you need to do these weird meetups in order to get some of the better deals. Hi.
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Can I just look at the games real quick?
Yeah.
So you live down in...
I used to. Just moved up to.
Oh, okay. I was thinking, I was wondering why you were up here
Yeah.
all day today. Appreciate it, thank you.
Of course.
Well, surprisingly, she actually ended up being a real person. Kind of annoying, though, was that even though I was the one who was sitting in the parking lot waiting for her that whole time, she didn't even try to come find my car. I told her where I was parked, and she just parked wherever she wanted to park, and then I had to go find her car. But I actually do a lot of these meetups to try to buy vehicles for my other channel that I'm converting into campers, and usually people are actually pretty good, but it seems like with games, sometimes there's just more sketchy people. You never know with these people, so that's why I decided to just wait because I wasn't too far from my house. But I did end up picking up the games, so let's get these home, open them up, take a look at them, and make sure everything is legit. From looking at it in the parking lot, everything looked okay. All right, I finally got the games home, and I didn't test anything yet, and the main reason why I was messaging this person was for this. This is Silent Hill 2. If you guys remember from our last episode, I literally just got this game on a Goodwill deal. A few commenters actually let me know why the greatest hits version is a lot of times worth more than the black label version, and that's because there's a little bit of extra content in the greatest hits version. But me personally, I just like having the black label on my shelf. It just looks a little bit better and more cohesive with everything. So after I test the black label one and make sure it works, I'm just gonna kind of pick the best copy between the two of these to keep on my shelf, and then I'll be selling the other one. We ended up picking this up for $80, and then she also threw in this PS1 game that I've never seen before for $60. I looked this one up. This one is also a pretty expensive game, so I'm going to test this one, see if I want to keep it. If it's not up my alley, I can easily sell it, because just buying these two games right here, I ended up spending $140, which is almost my entire budget, because I only had like 170 something. So okay, after testing both of the games, they both work perfectly fine, but in this case, I'm actually going to sell this copy of Silent Hill 2 and keep the one that I got in the previous episode. Number one, because of the extra content that's in the greatest hits version, but also this copy is just not as good. The case is a little bit more beat up, and the disc has a few more scratches on it. Manual is about the same, but I think I'd rather sell this one, keep the greatest hits copy, and use that as the one that I'm actually going to play. The PS1 game, this actually seems like a really good game. It's just not really my style after playing it for a while. They put a lot of work into the art, and they kind of made an entire anime out of it on these discs, which is pretty awesome, but it's just not my style, so I'm going to list this one for sale as well. Let me just get pictures for these taken, and then we'll have both of these up. They should sell pretty quick because these are very desirable games. Alright, this is interesting. I've never done this before, but I was just looking around on Facebook Marketplace, sending people messages, and I ran across a guy who actually had a few games that were all worth $10 to $15, but he wanted $10 for all of them. And some of them are games that are actually on my list that I wanted to keep. So I sent him a message, and it turned out he had another game that he was willing to get rid of that's like one of the top games on my list that I always wanted to get, and he said he would throw it in the bundle and just sell me everything for $50. The weird part is that he said that he's going to be at work all day, and he left the games in his mailbox, and he's just trusting me to show up and put the cash in the mailbox and take the games. So I'm heading over to his house right now. This is a little bit weird, but hey, he trusted me. Let's not let him down. Pretty crazy. The games were in the mailbox, and I left the cash in the mailbox, and the reason why it was $50 was because of this game right here. This is GTA Vice City Stories. The initial listing was just for this stack of games right here for $10, which is already a no-brainer to pick it up because some of them are worth more than $10 individually. But one thing I've learned is if someone has a stack like this that they're willing to get rid of pretty cheap, If you just ask them if they have any other games, there's a pretty good probability that they do. So I asked the seller, do you have anything else for the PS2? And he just sent me a photo of Vice City Stories. So I'm sitting there thinking like, no way, because this is a game that I've been looking for a really long time, and he just happened to have it. So I'm also thinking he probably wants like $70 for it. But no, he wants $45 for it. And if I come to his house right away to pick up all the games, he'll give me the whole stack for $50 flat. If you're wondering why Vice City Stories is so valuable and why I want it so much, it's basically the forgotten GTA game of the PS2 era. I think most people know that it released on the PSP, but it actually came out on the PS2 after the PS3 was already out. It kind of just went under the radar. And I was one of those people that just never ended up playing it when it came out on the PSP. I was one of those kids that like memorized all the cheat codes on San Andreas and GTA 3, and I would just play through the game over and over again without ever actually completing it until I was much older. But the fact that I played those games so much and I never played Vice City Stories always kind of bothered me a little bit, and it's just incredible that I was able to find this game for such a reasonable price, and I can finally experience it and see if it really is the best GTA game. But outside of Liberty City Stories, there are actually some really decent games in this stack right here. I kind of just want to keep everything, but I know I cannot do that. I need to earn some more cash so that I can pick up more games. A lot of these have decent value in them, like the Scooby-Doo game here. It's worth $30, or Pitfall, that's selling for around $20 on eBay right now. I guess my next steps is to test these games, make sure everything works, and then pick what I'm going to list for sale, pick what I'm going to keep. Alright, after testing all of these games out, I'm thinking that I have this as my keeping pile and this as my selling pile. Resident Evil 4, Tak, and The Power of Juju. And this game's not on my list, but after playing it a little bit, it was pretty good. Now in my selling pile, I already have Max Payne, and this copy isn't very good. This Pitfall game, I kind of want to keep it, but I'm gonna sell it just because if I don't sell it, then I'm not gonna have much money in my budget, and it's selling for a decent amount on eBay. Then this Scooby-Doo game, I'm also putting this in the sale pile. It just kind of played a little bit weird for me while I was playing it, so I might pick it up again later, but this is one of the more valuable games in this stack. Okay, Scooby-Doo has sold for $22, and then we ended up pocketing $16.41 for that. So I'm just going to package this one up and mail it out. These two are listed, but they're probably going to take a while to sell, so we're just going to continue on with the video while those are listed. Okay, that one worked out, but these interactions don't always go so well. So let me read you one of these that didn't work out, and some of you might actually be able to relate to this. Hi, I'd like to purchase this PS2. When will you be able to meet?
Yes, I am right now.
Okay, where would you like to meet?
How far are you from DT?
If you give me an address, I can be there right away. Several hours went by and he didn't reply to me again until after midnight. Now, keep in mind, I live in the northeast area of the United States and it's winter here. Now, because of what I like to call daylight wasting time, the sun goes down around here around 4:30. So I don't really like to do any of these meetups after dark, and I try to do most of them in the mornings because of that. But anyway, eventually he said this. He sent an address in a sketchy neighborhood.
We can do it tomorrow if you want.
He sent that after midnight, so I replied the next day. Yes, I can meet today. What time are you available? Are you still able to meet today?
Probably.
Okay. What time are you available?
Not sure.
At this point, I had given up on the conversation and basically stopped replying.
Got you tomorrow.
Another day goes by.
Yo,
I can meet before 4 p.m. I don't want to meet up after dark.
me either, gang. I'll let you know when I'm ready, Brody. Into the sunsets at 6-7. Yeah, but I got you. I'll just let you know.
Several more days later.
Yo, you interested? And can you pay cash? Got you tomorrow or Monday. Nah then. Appreciate it though.
So needless to say, there's pretty much no way that I'm actually going to meet up with this guy. Not only because he wanted to meet in a sketchy neighborhood, but he also really wanted to meet after dark. But even if he wasn't trying to scam me or rob me or something, this guy was just so hard to actually try to meet up with. Communication with these type of sellers usually makes you wonder why they listed the product in the first place. If they don't want to sell it, it's going to be very difficult for him to find someone who's actually going to meet up with him. And I can confirm the listing was up for a while before I messaged him. It's a month later from there, and the listing is still up. No one has purchased this from him, and I don't think anyone will. So at this point in the series, I feel that my budget is high enough that I can start trying to purchase gaming bundles or small collections rather than trying to get individual games and consoles. That's usually where the biggest opportunities are, but also where things start to get expensive fast. When I first started looking, I noticed that a lot of people are charging way too much for these bundles that are mostly made up of common games or sports games. But then eventually I came across this listing that states it's for a PlayStation 2 with the Ethernet adapter. But I'm glad I clicked on it and started looking through the photos, because there's actually what I count looks like more than 50 games that's coming with it, and he's trying to sell it for $175. And a lot of the games in this pile are actually on my wanted list. If I were to purchase this bundle, I could sell the PS2 in that bundle, and they're going for around $100 to $120 right now. So I would be able to pay for most of the games, even if I didn't sell any of them and only sold the console. So after I messaged the seller, I realized that he had already marked this listing down several times. But after I talked to him, he actually agreed to sell it to me for $130. This means I could potentially earn a profit by selling the console and a few of the games, and also triple my existing collection at the same time. This guy said that I can meet him around 6 p.m. and that's usually the time where I finish up work. So I'm packing up right now, working on these vans, and I'm gonna head over to his place now and see if I can pick up these games.
Hey, how you doing, man? Got it buried in the truck in there. Yeah, nice to meet you. Thanks for meeting me out here. Oh, no problem. Sorry, football. No problem. Oh, we shot that. What you got?
Well, I knew there was gonna be a lot of games in here, but man, I didn't realize how many they actually had. I think they put more in here than they initially listed. Honestly, I'm not going to be able to go through all this until I get home because there's just so much of it. As you can see, this is quite a few games, a console, as well as some controllers and cords as well. So because I already have my own personal PS2 that I'm going to be keeping, I'm going to be selling this one. So the first thing I'm going to do is make a few different piles. One of them is going to be a sell pile, and the other one is going to be a keep pile. And I'm going to be writing down in my notebook as I go what the value of all of these games are, opening them up, checking the condition, and then we're going to test everything. Alright, so I took inventory of all of the games before I test them and the system. I was just basically writing down every single game and what their condition was, if they were complete, disc only, or whatever. Dude told me he was selling me 50 games, but I counted 75 games, including some PS1 stuff. This whole stack right here is games that I think I'm probably going to want to keep. This stack is stuff that I think I'm probably going to sell, and then this stack is disc only or case only. And the bundle also came with this really cool PlayStation stand for your system. I'm probably gonna keep that. Like, this looks pretty cool. Now, I didn't look up the value of any of this stuff just yet because I'm going to only take the value of the stuff that actually works. So I'm hooking up the system now and testing that, and then we're gonna be putting every single game in that system and seeing if they work. All right, we got the new PlayStation hooked up. Open the tray. And there's a game in there. I was looking for this. Oh, the disk drive closed. This was one of the games that I was looking for, that it just had the case and the manual, but the disc was in the system, so that's good. So good news, it looks like the first game that I put in here is working, but it sounds like when the laser is moving back and forth in there, it's really loud. So I don't know what that's about, but it is reading the first disc. So play the little introduction of all 75 of these games to make sure that they read. I guess we'll take it from there. All right, that took me a really long time to test out all these games, but it turns out that only 4 games did not work. And surprise, surprise, 3 of them did not have the case. I went through on my notebook and wrote down the value of everything that works. The total value is $817. Now, that's a really good number, but that's only if you were to sell each one of these games individually, and there's no way I'm going to be able to actually sell all of these games. A lot of them have a really bad sale-through rate. If you guys don't remember from my previous videos, dividing the number of sales in the last 90 days by the active listings, and that gives you a percentage. And I generally only sell stuff that's above a 50% sale through rate, and the majority of these games are well below like 20 or even 10%. Some of them are not desirable at all, and I didn't even find any sold listings. Of the things that are above 50% sale through rate, that value of items is $333. Now, that's also a really good number considering I only bought all this for $130. Now, am I going to get $333? No, because I have 2 stacks here, and this stack is stuff that I'm willing to sell, and this stack is stuff that I want to keep. So we only have the value that we can get from the sales stack. I finally just got done cleaning all these games. It actually took me 2 days because the stack was so big, but I have a quick tip for you if you're going through something similar that I went through if you're doing this at home. A lot of the games that were in this stack actually had marker on them because somebody wrote their name on them. It was actually 2 different people wrote their names on these, so I don't even think that this was the guy that I got the games from. Okay, I'll be showing you on this case, and I didn't take it off of this one because this case was just so messed up already. All you need to do this is a dry erase marker. I don't know if it needs to be this brand Expo or not, but all you do is color over the marker with this, and you kind of just go over it, maybe 60 seconds or so, just going back and forth. And then you just let it sit for a second. Get a paper towel, or I actually like to use these cotton like makeup removers because they don't leave any residue after you wipe with them. And then you just wipe that dry erase marker off, and then the marker that was there is gone. But I do have to warn you that it doesn't work great on every single surface. It worked really good on anything that's slippery already, so like this type of case that has plastic on the outside. A lot of cartridge games it'll work on. Luckily it was just a Madden game, it's not really worth anything, but this game had marker on it, and I tried the same method, but that dry erase marker actually removed part of the label, so I stopped at that point, tested the game, it still works, but just the top of it is missing some of the label on there. So be really careful with it. It did actually remove a lot of the permanent marker that was on there, but it didn't entirely remove it, and it removed the label. So if anybody in the comments knows how to remove marker from disc labels or other type of paper material, let me know. I love to learn from you guys. So one of the cool things about doing this series is that as I'm going, I don't know everything, obviously, so when I'm posting these videos, a lot of the people in the comments are letting me know stuff that I didn't know before, and I'm learning as I go. Does anybody know how to remove these? I know how to remove them from here, just not from here yet. But anyway, after cleaning all of these up and the console as well, this is going to be our selling pile. Now, like I said, I already took all the stuff that I wanted out of here, so there's not a lot of very expensive stuff in this pile, but there is stuff that's still like desirable games, even though it doesn't usually sell well, like God of War, Sonic Heroes, Gun, Shadow of the Colossus. There's some GTA games in here as well. There's good stuff in here. So what I'm gonna do is pick some of these games out that are good games that just don't sell well, and put them in a bundle with the PS2 itself. That's gonna let me increase the price that I'm selling that PS2 for. And then the rest of the stack is not really going to be stuff that's going to sell on eBay too good. So I'm going to keep that stack kind of separate, and then maybe I will trade it into a game store later on. If you're kind of noticing a pattern, I like to have a theme for each episode. So at some point I'm going to do a game store episode, and I'll be able to kind of have this as a stack of stuff that I'm going to trade in. So I'm just going to put together my package, take pictures, and list that. And then after I get that done, then I'll be able to show you the games that I'm actually keeping and adding to my shelf. Now, while I wait for that to sell, I'm going to add all these games to my shelf. But the problem is I had all of my PS2 games right here and my PS1 games as well. But throughout this series, we've actually been able to fill this shelf up, and now there's nowhere else left to put anything. But what I think I'm going to do is move my modern games, so my PS4, PS5, Switch games, over to my other shelf on the other side, and then maybe just have this entire shelf be retro games so that I can actually fit all of this stuff. Someone actually just bought the console bundle while I was putting all the games away. So I'm gonna print the shipping label right now, and then I'll let you know how much we're actually pocketing from this. Okay, so we sold this whole bundle for $160, but after all of the fees, we're going to be keeping $119.59. That's pretty good because we actually bought this entire Facebook bundle for $130. So we're selling just a little bit of what we got in that bundle, and we're getting back $10 less than what we actually paid for it. So I'm just gonna take this to the post office and drop it off, and then we'll go over the games that I actually kept. a lot of work in this episode, but after all that, we were actually able to add 25 games to the collection on the shelf. That's pretty crazy because if you guys remember from our first episode, I started out with less than 10 games on the shelf, and now I've actually filled up an entire row and had to move down to the other row, so that's exciting. Now, unfortunately, 4 of those 25 games are actually disc only. As I get my cases later on, I'll be replacing those with these copies right here. A few more of these games I already had, but I switched them out with these ones because these were better copies. That includes games like Shadow of the Colossus or Crash and the Wrath of Cortex. In the case of this game, I actually picked this up in our first episode disc only, so I did get a case and manual for it. So this is obviously going on the shelf, and then I can bundle that other game in when I sell another console later on. There are also some games from my wanted list that were in this bundle. The Harry Potter games, Hitman, and Bully. Bully was one of those games that I always saw on the shelf when I was a kid, but just never picked it up for whatever the reason. And this is, of course, a Rockstar game, and as you know from earlier in this episode, I was a big Rockstar fan for the games that they made during the PS2 era, so the fact that I didn't play this just really doesn't make any sense. And after seeing gameplay of this game years later and hearing from friends that played it, I was really missing out on one of the best games on the PlayStation 2, so I'm really excited to actually play this and see what it's all about. And then there's a bunch of other games that I didn't even know about that were in this bundle that I tested out, and while I was testing it, they were all really good, so I decided to add all of those. Breath of Fire, Ghost Rider, The Legend of K, and a few others I had never seen before. In the case of Ghost Rider, this is one of those games that kind of slipped through the cracks. It was a movie tie-in game, so you're not really expecting much from it, but when I started playing it, it was obvious that this game had no business being this good for a movie tie-in game. This is actually worth like $20-25 on eBay, which is pretty cool. Obviously, I'm not selling it, but it's just cool to know that there was some more value in that bundle. So after all this, you can see that Facebook Marketplace can be a little bit volatile, but you can also see why I'm going to be adding this to my arsenal moving forward. And to answer our question from the beginning of the video, I've now used Facebook Marketplace for everything from buying duplicate titles of games that I already have in order to flip them, all the way up to doing entire video game collection buyouts. And if you're patient enough to find the right people in your area, you should be able to find games well below market value and resell them in order to fund your own collection. Our final budget should be on screen right now, and as usual, everything worked out and we were able to collect all of the games you saw in this video for free. If you want to see how we got to this point, then make sure you watch the other episodes in this series. I'll link a playlist to all of the previous episodes in the description of this video. But in any case, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Later.
Alright, so in today's video, I just have a little montage for you all, seeing as the year is coming to a close, and this is a YouTube tradition as a YouTuber that I must follow. The lowest effort video production. A montage of already created videos. I love my job. But in today's video, I have my 5 absolute most favorite videos I've made in the past year, all in one absolute peak content. So I hope you enjoy, and I'll see you all in the new year with more platinums on the way. Alright, so today I chose to platinum Far Cry 5, which is undoubtedly the best-selling and best Far Cry game in general. And if you disagree, you're just wrong. Anyways, Far Cry 5 has a grand total of 51 trophies, including the platinum. And it is also one of the easiest and most enjoyable platinum trophies I've ever gotten in my entire life. Stage 1 of the platinum trophy is to, as usual, just beat the main story without having to worry about any missable trophies on the way. So the game first opens up with a created character scene, and I honest to God thought it was just a loading screen, so I sat there for a few minutes or two waiting for something to happen. Yeah, we are off to a great start. Anyways, it really begins with a good old classic cutscene giving us some plot into what this game is all about. Basically, Far Cry 5 surrounds Joseph Seed, who is a cult leader working out of the Montana countryside. This might be the only cool thing to ever happen in Montana if we are being honest, so I can't even hate on the guy. Religions are great for the economy. And apparently Ubisoft also loves giving me gifts because these damn things were on my screen the entire intro of the game. But anyways, Joseph Seed has basically taken over Montana with his cult, and it's like kind of a big deal. They even gave him a statue. Our good old President Joseph Kids Biden doesn't even have a statue. Now that's crazy. You play as Rookie, who is named that because he is a rookie and this is your first job in the police force. So you squad up with the local sheriff, a federal agent, and a woman to ease the gay allegations. We made it into the church where Joseph was giving a sermon or something. I'm not sure why he has his shirt off, but I guess it frees the soul, who knows. Long story short, he has obviously done criminal things like starting a cult, for example, so we had a warrant for his arrest and took him back to our helicopter, which seconds later would get taken down out of the sky from, you don't want to know, it's disgusting. Once we were crash landed though, pretty much nobody died, which is kind of surprising. Maybe the Lord truly is with us after all.
That's what I'm saying.
In fact, I think Joseph was chatting him up on the radio before leaving me and the federal agent to burn in the chopper. This next part of the game has a classic Far Cry staple where you run through the forest away from people. Remind you of any other good Far Cry games? I'm talking about Far Cry 3 if you couldn't guess, you idiot. We also did do some stealth, and yeah, stealth isn't my expertise, but I did meet up with the Fed again, and then we really put a stand up against these shirtless hillbillies. Eventually, I ended up riding in a car with the federal agent away from everything, and we got chased again. But it all got put to an end when the car blew up over the side of a bridge, and I became drowned. Somehow, some way though, a man saved me, and he looks kind of scary. I think I want to go back into the water now. A few minutes later, we did end up waking back into life and seeing the savior of our life. Turns out it was just some nut job survivalist who lives on an island. Only in Montana, I swear to God. But this man is also the overseer or narrator for like all of our main story missions and stuff. Basically, he is the radio guy telling us to go places, so that's cool. In this entire first story section, all consisted on his island, retaking it over and turning back on all of his radio towers so he can get signal again. But after I did all of those mini intro tutorial missions, my final exam was to climb a tall ass tower and flip on the signal he needed. Once I did, the guy also unlocked the map for me, which is a giant help. And he also explained that there is 4 territories in the game: Jacob, John, Faith, and then Joseph's, who is the final boss, so his territory is only accessible once you complete the other ones. And I got a trophy after all of that because we have officially graduated the Far Cry 5 intro. Holy sh**. The next objective is to reach Fall's End, which is the first main establishment inside of John's settlement or area. On the way there, since it is pretty deep inside of the territory, I did end up stopping for lots of little side quests here and there, which were all fun, and did contribute to us gaining control over John's. This also gave me some supplies and money I hadn't yet had, so I quickly upgraded my bow with everything I could because this bow is one of my favorite things to use in the game, and that was also a trophy. So I can't wait to now miss every shot with my maxed out bow and arrow. I love capitalism. A bit later, I ended up capturing an enemy outpost, and after it turned into a citizen's outpost again, I got a side quest there which had me redo their entire farm's irrigation system. This is why they say I'm a man of all trades, but once I did that quest, it also ended up being my 3rd side quest finished, and I got another trophy. The story then led me to some guy's airfield that was completely under attack from the enemy, so I of course had to clear them all out with my God tier aim and combat intelligence. I then chatted up this guy who represents exactly what I imagine Montana men probably look like, and he he gave me the next main story mission, which was to steal this bomber plane so he can get his family out of Dodge. Stealing the plane wasn't that bad, by the way, and I managed to get it very fast. I then also had to take it on some little course to make sure it was still functional. I even had to blow up some totally not innocent people. But it did give me a trophy, so who cares what they did or did not do. Nick is that hillbilly's name, by the way, and back at home, he had an intense chat with his lesbian wife. Not sure if they wanted to do this alone or not, but I just stood there and watched it all. My favorite. Anyways, after their chat, I got another trophy for doing those missions. Later on, I had a main story quest which made me plant some bombs and then defend them from loads of incoming attackers. I'm not gonna lie, I did die, but like only a few times, so it's okay. And after I finally survived the assault and the mines blew up, I gained enough control to have 1/3 of John's territory recaptured. Now, of course, this isn't good, so he sent a capture party after me. This is basically the game's way of saying you're about to get captured and there's nothing you can do about it. How wonderful. Basically though, I woke up inside of John's bunker all tied up with the lady from the game's intro, and he pranced around threatening us with torture essentially. I got out of course because I have plot armor, but even though I really rallied up his workforce, John still had the upper hand and took the girl away from us through the window as we watched. He also released chemicals into this place, which was neat, and I got a trophy also from all of that nonsense. And that's basically a sum of what this game's story flow is like. You get X amount of main story missions in each territory that give XP towards this little progress bar, and you also need to do side quests to bump it up all the way. And when you reach those little landmarks, usually something cool happens, like getting drugged. What a game, I must say. But the next trophy I got was from liberating 5 outposts total, which are the main side quest that helps you progress the story without playing the story. It makes sense, okay? It does. About 2 hours later, I was then left tickling the 100% takeover of John's land, and I tipped over the edge by doing some random ass side quest that once completing gave me a trophy for reaching that full takeover I was talking about. So now John wants to meet us, and by that he means he has all of our friends hostage and is basically making it so we have to confront his white ass. Instantly, I got dropped. Not a surprise. So we ended up in yet again another church with John, Nick, and this woman. Also a shirtless pastor. God, I love this game. Oh my god! John's job, by the way, is to just get people to join the cult, so he pretty much tried to make us join. Nick got peer pressured, which was sad to see. However, I'm not such a weak man as he is, and I refused not once, but like 6 times until a gun fell out of some guy's hand, and then hell got let loose into the room and surrounding block. We then had to chase John back to another church, only to see him get in a plane and fly away. So I of course had to get in my own plane and go after him. There was then a very epic fight in the air, which was low-key sick, I can't lie. I ended up blowing his plane like a sinful college girl, and he was just falling slowly out of the sky. So I of course flew down with him, but I also shot him mid-air. Not sure if that's bad fight etiquette, but I don't really care. And that was the end of John as we watched him die on the ground. But that actually wasn't it for John's storyline, because if you can remember, he took away this girl from us a while ago, and she still is indeed locked up, which is why we had to break in and also just destroy the entire place. I legit love this game, I'm not gonna lie. Although they could have made her a bit prettier, but beggars can't be choosers. The women in Montana are all in cults. Oh yeah, and we also got a trophy after saving her and ending the John storyline. Next, we headed over to the right into Faith's territory. Her whole thing, by the way, is like hypnosis, and these flowers make you trip balls, basically. Overall, it's very annoying because you can just get knocked out by them and stolen, but she is kind of hot, so it's okay. And the next trophy I got here was from doing a puzzle with this contaminated water at the water treatment plant. I had to use my last 3 brain cells for this, by the way, which is why they gave me a trophy after I did it. Much later in her territory, I was literally just minding my own business, and sure, I had taken over a good portion of her area, but the lady just showed up and took me on a damn ride. This is exactly the type of shit that I imagine would happen if I ever took edibles and got a bad trip. Just nuclear disasters. I did get a trophy after all of the free brain movies got done though. And I actually got another trophy like 10 minutes after once I completed this side quest called Saving Peaches the Cougar. No, not Grandma, an actual cougar who was domesticated and is now one of our companions in the game. How nice. I also got 25 close combat kills later on when doing more activities in the game, getting my XP up, and I finally tipped past the 3rd landmark on the progress bar after a few more outposts, which again led this woman to just jump on into my brain. I seriously don't know how she keeps doing this, but the federal agent was here also, and I think he might be getting mixed signals. This was a very sus house boat ride. Hell, we even woke up next to each other after the trip was over. What the hell is going on right now? Yeah, so she pretty much just kept doing that and not actually battling us until the very end of her character arc, where the goal is to now confront her. I'm afraid of women though, so it was a hard challenge to do this. But we ended up getting a full-blown boss fight against Faith, and there was even a little itty-bitty arena for us to fight her in. And I gotta give it to Faith. That girl can take it. Like, she just would not die. Until she did, or I guess until she wanted to go for a swim? Question mark?
We don't know what the hell is going on right now.
Anyways, we then escaped the bad trip finally, and it's my job to now destroy the production of Bliss entirely. Bliss is the drug, by the way, if you're dumb. And I got a trophy here for crafting a lot of items. A true Far Cry classic. Oh yeah, I also blew the whole place up, and there was even fireworks. It was crazy. You should have been there. After though, Joseph had to be a party pooper and ruin it by giving us a monologue with some very good lighting choices, might I add. Bro was looking like Joji in 2020.
That's what I'm saying.
After that, I got the Faith storyline trophy, by the way. So now it's time to move over to the final area before the conclusion of the game at Joseph's compound. Jacob's territory. His whole thing is all about hypnosis with like songs and crap. So honestly, it's a lot like what we just went through with Faith, but instead of drugs, it's just the whimsical enjoyment of song and dance. During the first quest line I got here while I was scoping out the enemies below, I ended up dropping one from over 150 meters with a headshot using this sniper thing I had, and got a trophy. A bit later on, after I reached the first landmark in Jacob's progress bar, I was just chilling in the road and an arrow came out of heaven right into my leg. This then put me under, and we get to go experience Jacob's wrath, just like how he did with the other previous two. This time, however, Jacob has a much more different approach. Instead of real life torture, he just does it all in the mind. And I did like a little target course that had a time limit on it. This is also the same course we will be doing for the entirety of Jacob's questline. Once completed this first time, you wake up and see that everyone is dead, except you. Hard to believe, right? Yeah, these people thought so also. And after we got saved by them, the trophy popped after all that crap. I then walked over to these nice people's leader and talked to him, which was also the 50th survivor I've talked to in the game, and got another trophy just for that. I didn't receive any more trophies for quite some time though, because the story is very dry in terms of trophies, but there was a main story mission that had us go into a cabin and just place bombs all over it and then run away watching it explode. Not only was that a great time for everyone involved, but it also gave us a trophy for blowing up in each region in the game. I did end up finally taking over Jacob's reign finally, and I actually did these last few missions all with one of my friends on PlayStation, just to get ready for those online trophy stage after this. But Jacob's final part had a lot of weird boss fight things going on. Most of it was all fake though, and not in reality. However, once we did reach the real world again and sobered up, the job is to now take him down. And I swear to God, this man was invincible because I knocked him with my sniper numerous times and he just kept on getting up. Anyways, we got him eventually, and then watched as he gave us his final words before dying. Oh, and I got a trophy for finishing 3 quests with another player. But again, this wasn't the end of Jacob's questline quite yet, because we still had to go to his bunker and blow it all up like with the previous people. But after that and another Joseph Seed speech, the trophy did pop finally. And now it's time to go do the final mission of the game with Joseph Seed himself. Fun fact, you actually have to do 0 work for the endings of this game. You literally just fast travel there and then the last few cutscenes play. You were also posed with an option to pretty much just leave Joseph alone, or to not and cause more conflict. At first I chose to just leave because the dude is crazy and I kinda like him, so we just drove away, no worries. That is until the song started playing on the radio from Jacob's hypnosis, and it's assumed that the main character killed everyone. But that's not the real ending. Oh no, the real ending just has everyone get nuked, so it's a similar outcome to be honest. And there is the final story trophy for Far Cry 5. So the next stage on the trophy guide is to actually just clean up miscellaneous things, but I chose to do the online play next to switch up the vibes. And huge shout out to this homie right here for knowing the best maps and having them for the online trophies, because if you don't boost these, it can be extremely tedious to get. The first online trophy I did get, however, was from getting 100 kills on enemy players, and I did it all with a shovel, so how about that? Me and the homie then kept on playing that map a few more times until reaching 10 matches won within featured maps inside of arcade multiplayer. After that, we also did 10 matches inside of solo or co-op featured maps, which are different from the previous thing because the game says so. But hey, I did get a trophy. Next online trophy is then gotten from just playing 5 of the arcade hero maps. These are, I think, solely community made, and you can literally just die and restart 5 times on the same one to get the trophy. So yeah, that was easy. However, the final online trophy, which is just gotten from reaching XP level 20 wasn't quite so easy, but honestly it's not bad at all. I just played this one like old school eliminate enemies level over and over, and it gave a load of XP every time, so eventually I got to level 20 and was all good. Now it's the final stage for the Platinum, and I have to go back and just get every single other trophy inside of the solo campaign. And there's actually quite a few trophies left, so the day isn't quite over yet, ladies and gentlemen. First, I did the last side quest with Nick and his wife from the beginning of the game because she has been undergoing child labor the entire time I've been blowing up the world. But her side quest had us just drive to the midwife's house while chaos occurs all around. This baby might be Jesus, who knows? And there's the trophy pop after the quest conclusion. I then did another character-specific side quest with some crazy science hillbilly. You literally have 3 missions for this guy, and it's all just to power up and help him build a machine to like teleport him or something. And it works, so I can't even hate on the brother. There's the trophy. My next trophy in the list was then the one gotten from completing every single hunting and fishing challenge in the game. And the hunting part is actually way harder than the fish part because the areas where animals show up on the map are almost never guaranteed. And sometimes you have to run around for 10 to 20 minutes before one spawns in. Before getting all of them done though, I went on a spending splurge and bought 3 cars total in the game for a trophy that I didn't know existed. Anyways, about 20 minutes after that, I did finish all of the fishing challenges and got that trophy. I then had to do 3 plunder quests next, which are another type of side quests where the only thing you really do is find a bunch of money hidden away. So W, I guess I can't complain. Next I had to complete a Clutch Nixon event in every area of the game, but it's really just the 3 major territories. These are literally just cracked out American Nightmare feel where you race cars, planes, and boats through fire rings and have American music playing the whole time. Overall, it probably raised my testosterone levels and I feel more like a man, I can't lie. I then got 2 fast trophies next. First for spending over 50 grand inside of the garage, and another for buying at least half the skill points in the game total. I then had to dive underwater to the bottom of this lake to find the very last collectible type I have yet to get. And I honestly can't remember what it's really called, but it was a barrel. I also then farmed vehicle explosions with Herc, who is my favorite character in Far Cry 5. The man just screams American, if you know what I mean. But you can do this by just spawning in vehicles from the garage and then having him blow it up right away. So next up, I was then going for the record fish weight on every fish basically, since each territory of the game has like their own high score and stuff. Basically, you gotta beat all of these weights on screen right now, which is actually not hard at all if you fish in the hard locations on the map. Before getting them all though, I sold a ton of fish and got a trophy from that. And then a half hour later, I got the last weight record, which after fast traveling back to a territory's capital, the trophy pops. I then did an easy trophy from spending over $1,000 in the clothing store. I did this all, by the way, on a cursed dog mask. I now understand why enemies shoot on sight. I would probably do the same. I then farmed another vehicle destruction trophy, but this time it was on planes being destroyed by other aerial vehicles. And you can of course just keep spawning them in, so it's not hard whatsoever. The next trophy I went after, however, was insanely more difficult. It's gotten from running over 15 enemies with vehicles. Sounds simple, right? Well, the enemies in this game are all built like Lizzo, because even if you hit one, they almost always will not die and just ragdoll, then stand up like nothing happened. I guess prayer might be the answer after all. But I did end up at this one cult outpost and found a tractor that had a damn meat grinder on the front of it, which instant kills enemies. So not only did I get the tractor kill trophy with this method, I also got the vehicle kill trophy in addition. God damn, I wish I knew that was a thing an hour ago. Oh, and after that I had yet again another useless vehicle destruction trophy, but this time it was from blowing up 4 vehicles at once with an aerial bomb. And that's literally impossible if you don't spawn in vehicles to do it on, so thank God you can. Sadly, we have reached the Far Cry Classic trophy, which has you distract 15 enemies with rocks. This is in like literally every single Far Cry trophy list, and it's always complete ass. This game being no exception, and this took me 40 minutes to do. I definitely tricked like 50 enemies, but whatever, I did get the trophy. I then got another for gliding 5,000 meters with a wingsuit, and punching the shit out of a bull and a bison. Drugs are insane, let me tell you. So the final trophy I needed to get before the platinum is called Explosive Surprise. And if it's not called that, I'm sorry. But it's gotten from sabotaging vehicles and then blowing up 5 enemies with it. The best place to do this is at Joseph's compound after the story, because this one dude is always there next to a truck. So you just gotta sneak in, do the sabotage, and wait for it to blow up, and the trophy is all yours. And there's the platinum pop right after. So that was the Far Cry 5 Platinum Trophy experience. Honestly, I love this game. It's one of the few that I didn't despise the entire time playing it, and both the story and graphics were amazing. My only complaint is that it's so short. I platinumed the game within a playtime of 14 hours according to PlayStation. I do think that's a little wrong though, because it was more around 18, but still, that's insanely short. So yeah, putting it at a rating out of 10, I'm gonna give Far Cry 5 a solid 9. God damn, that was a good game. I finally managed to get my hands on a copy of Minecraft Story Mode, even though it has been removed from stores since all the way back in 2018. And I also got scammed last week in receiving a false copy, as we all know in this video. But after spending 80 fat ones for the complete edition, it actually came and I got every single trophy in the game. Although only the first 5 episodes are needed for the platinum, I decided to do all 8 just so I could not feel so bad about having to pay so much for this godforsaken illegal game. Minecraft Story Mode has a total of 51 trophies with the platinum, and 2 missable trophies as a matter of fact, which is kind of unique for a Telltale game to have. It also does take another partial playthrough after, but alright, so today I chose to platinum the Avengers game. This is one of the biggest flops of a game in history, most notably because everyone kind of hated it when it released, so much so that it has been ripped from stores and you can only get it online for resale now. Much like the Minecraft Story Mode games, except nobody wants this game, so I got it for like 20 bucks. I am so happy right now. Anyways, the trophies in this game are also extremely grindy and buggy, both of what you can find out when you look at the trophy list. Just red flags everywhere. But today I did get the platinum trophy and I'm going to show you all just how I did it. The game is a total of 51 trophies inside, taking on average 80 hours to complete. The first stage is to just beat the game, seeing as there really isn't any missables in the story, but after playing this all through, I can confidently say that collecting the occasional audio file or collectible scattered around the game is a great idea, because that is a trophy that can get very grindy if you miss some. However, aside from that, you just have to endure this game's wondrously odd story. It follows a girl named Kamala, which isn't the best name choice with current events, but this girl also has some of the most cringe dialogue and story direction ever, which really makes this game just feel like another Disney Marvel flop. But you're attending an Avengers exclusive meet and greet as they get ready to announce this new world of sustainable energy and power source that they have been cooking up in the lab like Walter White in his meth trailer. You also do get to meet every Avenger while just doing the mini games needed for the story, which is very weird. They literally just appear out of the shadows like a comment saying I pay people to platinum my games. It's honestly crazy. But you do get the first trophy of the game in the intro from collecting all of the comics needed to progress the story. Now right after that, when you go interact with this elevator to get to the upper floor of the event, you also do get a trophy for just making it there for some odd reason. Captain America is then down on the stage just doing Steve Rogers things and talking like a man from the 1940s who got frozen for a century. Thankfully, Iron Man just comes flying in like the Chad he is with AC/DC music, and he saves us all from falling asleep. However, off in the distance right after that, the bridge exploded. Talk about timing, am I right? So yeah, then the rest of this intro mission had us literally playing as every Avenger and battling enemies on the bridge, which is now a complete war zone. I understand inter-highway travel is essential to the flow of a nation, but seriously, taking out one bridge is not the end of the world. I don't get the commotion. But when I was playing as Hulk, I apparently got 10 kills within one heroic move, and that was a trophy, so let's go. Oh yeah, and somehow Steve was up in the shield helicarrier now. We don't know how he got up here. Probably teleportation, but a bunch of enemies also just appeared in the ship for us to fight, of course. And I also discovered Steve had this great move where you can just hold down R2 and then run into enemies with no consequence at all, which allowed me to easily get the first combo trophy of the day from a combo of 20 or more right here. After the Captain America fight section though, we went back to the bridge area and saw that the mastermind behind all of this is Taskmaster. It then finally lets us play as Black Widow, and Lord have mercy, I found my favorite character in the game. This is gonna be an issue. Then the game also let Black Widow, or rather made her, just 1v1 the boss. Kind of an odd choice, you know, personally I would have put anyone else against him, seeing as Black Widow has no powers aside from being genetically blessed. God damn. Oh yeah, and remember when I said this whole Avengers event was about their new power source unveiling? Yeah, that's why this is all happening, if you couldn't guess. And that same power source also imploded on the ship and it blew up with Captain America in it. The ship then fell and sunk in the harbor, infecting, well, everything. That was then the end of the intro chapter, and we got a little comic kind of recap of the events that unfolded after. That being with the Avengers all getting put to trial for their crime on humanity, which was infecting the harbor that then actually infected all of the citizens. I know, crazy. But it wasn't just a little flu, oh no, it instead gave people superpowers. Some had it worse off than others, as you could guess. And one of those people that got infected with powers was indeed Kamala. That was so unexpected, oh my goodness. So yeah, now in the real game we are playing as her, and this entire game's goal and plot, by the way, is to have her regroup the Avengers back into a team and take down the evil people in control of everything. The evil people are this guy, by the way, MODOK. Horrible feature in the movies, but that's old news. Anyways, the first mission as Kamala had us trying to meet up with someone in the park, but they didn't show, and then we had to sneak out of the city because we were then getting chased by the robots that hunt superheroes down, so that's neat. And upon reaching a bus to get out of town, we got another trophy from the story. And that bus took us out into a completely different area of the world, and this is where Kamala believed the SHIELD helicarrier to be residing in, also where she thought the Resistance was at. And she was right about the SHIELD carrier being there, which gave me a trophy upon finding it. However, we would be a bit disappointed since there was no Resistance present in the area. But Bruce Banner's horny green man was here, and he tried to eat us. No more Friday for the Hulk, so we don't judge. We tried to get him to help us, but he didn't want to, so then we just had to leave. But a bunch of these enemies called riot bots just spawned in, camping our exit, and there was a giant battle. In the giant battle, Kamala also got given her ultimate ability, which makes her grow from flaccid and small to big and hard. Shout out the male genitals. But after all the excitement, she kind of died off and then passed out. That's some real shit.
That's what I'm saying.
So Bruce, being the nice guy he truly is, brought us back in to look at us and make sure we didn't just die. This also gave him a chance to not be the Hulk and to be Bruce again. While doing so, we also convinced him to come and help us get the Avengers back together, so that's mission complete and I got another trophy. Now we've been getting a surprisingly large amount of trophies for such little playtime so far, only being like an hour in, but that's about to change because I went like an hour or two without any more. And that's mostly due to the fact that we had a giant mission as the Hulk, who was by the way pimped out in mafia attire. I wasn't aware of your game, Bruce, Jesus. But yeah, this mission had us just going into an AIM facility and kind of destroying it a bit. The most interesting thing here though was us fighting Abomination, a pretty well-known ripoff villain of the Hulk, and we won. No trophies got given from that sadly, so we moved on to the next mission, which was in a very differing environment in the winter side of the world this time. It also made us play as Kamala, so this mission sucks. But I got a trophy on it from finding 3 artifacts. That sounds hard, but it's actually insanely easy because an artifact is just given from chests, which are everywhere in the game, so that's cool. Anyways, as usual, there was enemies here we fought, but the more challenging ones were underground, and while in this area, I also got numerous trophies. Kind of contradicting my statements I just said about us not getting trophies, so just disregard that. But while fighting these ball-dropping enemies, I got a generic trophy from getting 50 kills with Assault Heroics, or Ultimate Heroic abilities, and somehow the guide creator put this in stage 5 of the Platinum, which is just bonkers, broski. I also then completed that objective a legit minute after and got 5 stars on it, which is cool and was another trophy. Getting 5 stars or 100% on an objective in this game is determined upon time to completion and not having any team members go down. I also then just got a generic story trophy right after as well from finding the SHIELD protocols, which are protocols from SHIELD. The next part of the story then had us going off to find Iron Man and get him on board. But poor Tony is just living that bum life now after losing everything and anything he could. The guy doesn't even have any suits left. It truly is sad. Even more sad though, because AIM forces appeared to kill us all while we were here, and Tony had to scramble together some really low quality suits of armor. But once putting on the makeshift helmet, we got a trophy, so that's a W. The rest of this mission then consisted of us battling AIM forces while being surrounded in fire of heart and blood. Long story short, Tony joined us. He had to, it's part of the script, okay? We also did see the villain side of things, and good old MODOK here is getting a bigger head by the day. And I mean that literally. His brain is gonna pop soon. And since we have Tony now, we kind of did a mission just for him, which had us go back into the city and destroy one of the AIM arc reactors, which was also, as we know, one of Tony Stark's greatest inventions, so I'm sure blowing it up felt great inside for him. It also did give us a trophy, so I definitely feel something inside me now. That's probably just a Taco Bell I had, I'm not gonna be okay. Anyways, back to the wild of the world, playing as Kamala, we were just searching for stuff. Like, that was actually the goal, it was crazy. But I ended up defeating 20 different types of enemies, so that's cool, and I wasn't even aware that they had that much creativity at Crystal Dynamics Studio, I'm not gonna lie. Oh yeah, and we also found the Resistance finally, which is hidden in some place by the Pym guy from Ant-Man. And this outpost is called the Anthill Outpost also, so that's neat. Next up, Kamala decided to leave the safety of the Anthill Outpost in the middle of the night and go try to take down an AIM outpost by herself in order to save all of the other superheroes that are being imprisoned and tested on in there. However, while she was rock hard fighting, she just passed out, and that ruined everything since she got caught and brought in. What an idiot. But I did get a trophy, so that's fine. And speaking of fine things, the game then let us play as Black Widow herself, because she has been actually doing a lot of personal spy work and was in the same facility as Kamala, already trying to save the day. But yeah, playing as Black Widow is actually quite fine since she has boobs, I mean guns, and no other character yet has had that tool. However, this section of fighting lasted like half an hour, which was quite long, but it did end with a boss fight, and it was against Monica, who is actually the evil mastermind behind everything, so there's that information. We won, of course. I mean, plot armor, you can't kill off Black Widow, and got another trophy. So now we have Black Widow, Hulk, Iron Man, Kamala, just take her off. But we were still missing some more Avengers, and the next guy we got was indeed Thor. I personally love Thor. I think he has some of the most entertaining movies, but also in this game, he is super good since throwing his hammer knocks away enemies almost every time. But his mission had a lot of combat, and then we also had to make sure the helicarrier we were on didn't crash right into the city, so that might be a bit more crucial than punching a robot. After doing that, he then joined up and we also got a trophy. The next person we went after was then Captain America. I know what you're thinking, didn't he blow up in the beginning? Well, we would go on to find out that no, he didn't. Instead, the evil people behind it all captured him and have been doing experiments on his body and cell structure for the last few years out in space. I'll give it to them, that's some crazy effort. So Iron Man flew up through outer space like a Chad, and once entering the space station, I got a trophy. We then fought a lot until finding the captain, which gave us a trophy. But he has just been in a medically induced coma for the last few years and was very confused to what was happening, as you would expect. But let's be real, that's kind of hilarious how poor Steve has now been put under ice more than once in his life. The luck is just not there. Anyways, next we went back down to Earth and then got to play as Captain America, as would be expected, seeing as he is the most recent addition to the roster. But then that was actually it for the Avengers reassembling. Although I think we're missing someone. Poor Hawkeye really got replaced by Kamala.
Oh my god!
There was a trophy, however, in this cringe Avengers Assemble cutscene though, so that's cool. But then it was the final mission of the story, of course, because we have everyone back, so why not just give one mission with them all? Who cares about story length is the motto, I think, at Crystal Dynamics. But yeah, it had us basically just after MODOK the whole time. We got to boss battle him normally for a bit until the evil guy awoke this giant stone creature from the depths of hell, or the San Francisco Bay. And then MODOK controlled it from within. The game gave Kamala all the spotlight, as you would expect, because she is the main character, sadly. And yeah, we had a giant fight. I don't mean like it was a big fight. We were actually just giant-sized. It ends pretty quickly though, with Kamala slamming MODOK's stone head into the rubble of the bridge that is no longer traversable. And that was it for the Avengers game story, so here's that final trophy, and now it's time to begin the Avengers Initiative, which is the infinite game mode after that just has us drop into war zones, as they call them. But these are literally just the same mission in all the areas of the game, so it gets old insanely fast. Some would say immediately. There is quote-unquote stages to this section of the game, however, it's really just a giant grind. I think there's like 5 mission-specific trophies maybe, but there isn't enough or can be done easily enough to really say that there's a stage in itself, in my opinion. However, the main goals are to just level up all the characters while also going after a bunch of strong boxes and stuff. It's overall just a mess though, so I'm not gonna list everything we're going after right now. The first trophy I got during this infinite playthrough type thing was actually on the first new mission I did, and it was from getting a 100% rating on the mission without any team member dying. I then purchased an item from 2 different vendors in the game. Now this is considered kind of buggy because in the past it didn't track, much like basically every other trophy, but I'm gonna spill the beans right now about this game's tracking issues. They patched them. Legit, all of them. It tracks correctly now with everything, so this game is no longer impossible, much like the community has said it is. It's simply just a boring ass game now, so that's yeah. Anyways, on another drop zone, I ended up doing 10 assignments total in the game. Assignments are these little like challenges that get given to you once a day from both factions of the game, the Shield faction and the Inhuman Alliance faction. Both types of daily assignments are pretty similar though, so it's not that different. I then began to play as a few different characters in the game because you have to level up all of them pretty significantly by the end of it, but for now I just reached level 5 with 5 different people for that trophy. I then got one of the most buggy trophies next from opening 100 strong boxes. And getting this so soon into my endgame cleanup was an instant sign to me playing that this was actually gonna work. I was a little worried beginning the game, of course, after seeing all the issues with it, but getting this trophy changed everything. A bit later on, I was then back playing as good old Kamala because I needed a certain level for a trophy-specific mission, and she was my highest character at the time. But I played through a mission called a Global Offensive, which was a trophy for completing it. I also did it in under 3 minutes because it was super fast, so I got a double trophy pop right here. And that was the final trophy I got easily because then they began to get more spread out with hours in between them. The next trophy I did get was while playing as Iron Man, who I also chose as my maxed out hero for a trophy later on. Before that though, I broke into my 30th depot on this mission. I replayed a lot for grinding these action specific trophies, but breaking into 30 depots gives you this trophy and also a chest inside of all of them. And after grinding for a very long time, I got Iron Man high enough level to start receiving legendary gear more often and almost always from enemy drops. Once equipping all of the legendary items, by the way, you do get a trophy for doing that. In about 30 minutes after that trophy pop, I also got my 500th gear item in general for another trophy. I then went after another popular buggy trophy called Investing in the Future, which was said to not work. However, this is just because the way they describe it is quite weird. You have to fully upgrade any gear item, but once you reach a high enough level for this, if you don't have a lower level item, you can't exactly do that anymore because the max power level is 140. So you have to keep a lower level item. I kept a level 130 item and then combined that with a 140 the item, making the 130 power item go up to 140. I know, that was a bunch of nonsense. But that does pop the trophy since now that gear item is also max leveled. It's very odd, I don't know why they did it like this. It's kind of stupid to be honest, but whatever, I did it and so can you. Oh yeah, and about 2 hours after that I finally managed to rescue my 100th prisoner in the game. This is a very grindy trophy because you have to go to 100 different prisoner locations and save them, but it does track just fine and I got the trophy right here. I then started to grind for another accumulative trophy called Treasure Trove, which is again very popular for being buggy, but that's just because only one type of chest counts for this trophy. You have to open 50 cash strong boxes, which are these very specific shield markered strong boxes. However, there's a level called Stark Realities to do this on, which has one in it every single time, and it does count for the trophy. So you can just replay it over and over and fly there with Iron Man to do it faster. So I did that for legit hours and then finally got the trophy pop. I might have also got excited below the waist, but that's personal. Next up, I went and farmed out the harm challenges, doing all of them. The harm challenges are this tutorial, almost combat training room that is used in the intro of the game to show you how moves work, but it also has this challenge part for a trophy that just has you battle quote-unquote harder enemies. It's not hard though, and I did it, so here's the trophy. I then went after that collectible trophy I mentioned in the beginning of the video. You have to collect 50 intelligence files, which is just a little collectible, but if you don't grab them during the story, they do become void, and you have to resort to finding them from chests, enemy drops, and also completing certain post-story missions, which became my method because finding them from chests and drops is insanely RNG and not common, but completing a few easy side character missions sometimes guarantees the file, so I got my 50th one right here after completing a Winter Soldier missing chain and the trophy. I also, about 2 hours after that, completed my 30th Warzone on Challenge 3 or higher rating. This is just the 1-up from normal difficulty, however, so it's not very hard, and here is that trophy. I then finally completed the iconic Avengers mission chain. This was the initial post-game sort of thing to do after because you had to go and do a bunch of little things with every Avengers character and all of that. Overall, it was actually very long though, which is why I'm just now getting it. But yeah, that kind of wrapped up the story more and stuff, so that's neat, and here's the trophy pop anyways. And this was then the point in the platinum grind where I finally saw that there was a trophy called Group Effort for reaching rank 25 in any faction. Now, doing this sounds simple, but to rank up a faction, you have to complete their daily assignments, which are only given once a day, and you can really only get 1 to maybe 2 levels from completing all of them. So I began to just log on once a day to do these and then go play some other games in my free time. In doing so, I also didn't record when I played for like 20 minutes at a time, so I accidentally missed these 4 trophy pops within the game since they happened when I was just randomly logging on. My apologies. But I also got bored of this game, by the way, because doing these remaining trophies is so damn long and just dry that I actually took like a 3-week hiatus from playing it, and the Avengers game has just been sitting in my library collecting dust. But I did come back, of course, and I got that Group Effort trophy finally from doing all of those damn daily assignments like I'm in school or something. Alright, so it's the final stretch now. The next trophy I did get was from reaching hero level 50 and purchasing all of the skills. I did this with Iron Man like I mentioned earlier. Overall, it's not very hard if you main one character over and over, which you should be doing anyway to get some of these missions done faster, so here's that. I then completed 15 villain sectors next, which is just another type of mission in the game where you fight a villain instead of like a normal objective. I did do this with some different characters, however, to try and begin leveling up everyone, which is a grind I gotta endure soon. For now though, here's that villain sector trophy. I then began grinding out levels for everyone like I just said, and that went on for hours upon hours, which was so boring. And it was so boring actually that I went and put a Warzone on Challenge 4 difficulty to really feel something again. And in doing this while getting a 100% rating, which is actually kind of hard to do, I got another trophy, so that's a W. So yeah, I went back to leveling again. My method was to just level people to 20 and then move on to the next character because obviously getting levels gets harder the higher you go because XP gets more and more and more. But ultimately I would get the trophy, I think, before I even got to 250 levels. I'm not sure if my math is wrong, which it probably is, but I thought I still needed 10 more levels on a character, and I guess not. So the trophy just kind of popped unexpectedly, which I'm not complaining about, I just didn't think I was quite there. So with that trophy out of the way, thank God, I can finally go back to just maining Iron Man, who is my favorite, and I think the best character. My 2 remaining trophies are both relating to the Hive missions. Hives are the most annoying mission type in the game, might I add. I had to do 50 of them and also complete an Elite Heroic one. This is the hardest mission in the game. It has 14 levels in it with combat on every single one. And it also took me an hour to complete because it was so damn long. I did do it first try though because, I mean, I have the highest level character you can, so yeah, that definitely helps. And now all that is left is to do 50 hives. This is insanely boring. insanely boring. I almost fell asleep in my chair playing because I had been playing for 12 hours straight on the same level. Legit, if it wasn't for the 300 milligrams of caffeine from gamer subs in my bloodstream, I would have passed out from exhaustion. But I did do it. There really isn't much else to say about the game or this trophy. It's just overall a grind and very boring. So yeah, here's that 50 Hive trophy and the Avengers Platinum Trophy pop. That was the Avengers Platinum Trophy experience. Overall, the game wasn't great, but it really wasn't as bad as I thought it would be in terms of the main story. Obviously, the endgame cleanup was complete ass, but the main with more. The LEGO Star Wars Skywalker Saga contains a small amount of 46 trophies with a massive 100-hour plus grind. This is by far the most challenging and torturous grind out of any LEGO game, and even compares to some hard platinum trophies in general. Alright, so the first stage of this platinum trophy is just play through all the levels as fast as you possibly can, because the time for the 1200 collectibles is unimaginably long after. Since the game is also about the entire Star Wars saga, it has every single movie as each level in the game. You can start from different places in the movies, but I chose to begin with episode 1. Mostly because I'm not weird. This episode opens up with an intro into the game, and it gives you a tutorial actually, because all good games do. And this is also like meant for kids, I think. I mean, it's LEGO for God's sake, but all real men play LEGO games still. Anyways, you then follow a droid around until it takes you to a room which is poisoned right after in an assassination attempt. This reminds me so much of November in 1963. But the rest of this section then just had us escape the Trade Federation ship, and we ended up back on soil, thank God. Also, Jar Jar Binks is here, and if you don't love this man, there is something wrong with you. He also brings us down to the underwater cities so we can get help from them, and they tell us to just drive this ship straight through the core of the planet. While doing this, we also got chased nearly to death by a giant sea monster, which is a tragedy. And I also got my first trophy here for just gathering 17,000 studs, which isn't much at all in comparison to the bank I bring home. A little while later on this first episode, I also completed all of the challenges for it, which give you a few Kyber bricks each level. That also adds into the massive 1200 in the end. But for now, I just got a trophy. The rest of this first episode then had us escort the queen all over creation until ending up at her ship so we could escape the planet. After, we also got to meet the legend Anakin Skywalker and do a pod race, which was like oddly fun as hell, and it makes me mad that there was only one in the entire game. Missed opportunity, what can I say? But then the episode basically ends with you boss battling Darth Maul, which was sort of cool, but there was so many pauses in the fight that it felt more like we were just tickling his nuts the whole time. I did manage to rack up a 30 combat score, however, and got a trophy for that because it's apparently hard. Now, I've seen things that are hard, and this isn't that. A little later, we ended up beating Darth Maul, but this wasn't actually the end of the level, and we had one more super long flying mission actually. I also reached True Jedi in this level and got a trophy for reaching that for the first time on any level in the game. And during this awesome flying mission, I managed to finish it all the way through without dying and got a trophy for doing just that. I then watched a few cool cutscenes for the plot and received the episode 1 trophy. So now it's time to play episode 2, you know, as you do. This one was quite a bit more complex than the first one though, and had us swapping back and forth between characters and even storylines much more. It began with us chasing down a bounty hunter on a massive chase throughout the city, and after that, Obi-Wan then left Anakin to go investigate a cloning facility. Always hate when that happens. And then there was a massive fight in space, which this game somehow manages to make space combat amazing yet awful at the same time. We also got stuck in a robotic processing center, which I could have swore to God, this is what the most normal Amazon warehouse looks like. But then the episode basically ends with everyone just cock out battling it inside of this Coliseum-esque place. Low-key, this fighting sequence was a banger. Pure cinema. Also, I forgot there was a boss battle against Count Dooku as well. Sadly, he got plot armor today. And then a trophy for episode 2 popped. Alright, so episode 3 then began, and it immediately threw us into the action with the simple objective of finding Chancellor Palpatine. But when we got there, Count Dooku was there again, and we got to fight the guy again. Low-key nostalgic, considering we just did that 34 seconds ago. But this time we actually managed to defeat him. And then we actually got to battle General Grievous right after, and this episode consisted of just fighting the whole time, which was actually a lot of fun. Aside from when Order 66 got activated and they then tried to eliminate everyone. Even after that though, we then got to battle Darth Sidious and also Anakin for like an hour, so that's cool. This episode then ends with you obviously taking out Anakin and him transforming into big bad boy Darth Vader. And if you didn't know that happens already, I'm so sorry for your loss. But there is another trophy pop right here. Alright, episode 4 now, and we get to play as new characters. Woo, round of applause, I know. And maybe there will even be some incest, who knows. Sadly, this episode was super boring, and I kinda wish it didn't exist. But we finally reached a fun part and got to play as Daddy Han Solo, just exterminating the masses around us. Anyways, after all that fun, I finally managed to get a triple kill with an explosion, which was a trophy because why not? A little bit later, I also got a trophy since my aim is absolutely superb, and it was for getting 50 headshot kills. Sadly, right after, my game crashed, and this actually happened a lot during my playthrough, which kind of sucks. The rest of this episode then just had us battle a trash monster and not your mother. And also we got to blow up the Death Star, which was fun, and I'd do it again. But then the trophy popped for that episode also, which is cool. So the next episode then had us play on Hoth for a ridiculous amount of time, and I even began to get cold. There was a battle against the Empire here though, and taking down these walkers was like unironically hard. Primarily because the steering mechanics in this game are just complete and utter balls, and really make me appreciate other LEGO Star Wars games with superior flying. Hate me for it, I dare you. Speaking of flying, we also got to go back into space, and then after that we swapped over to play as Luke and had Yoda cosplay as our backpack. Kinda thought it was a little weird. Even more weird though is when we had a full-fledged battle with Darth Vader within the mind. Those shrooms go hard, no cap. After all that fun though, we got to play as Leia, and the game just made us do a ton of puzzles playing as her. Way to nerf what could have been a great time. But then the final part had a huge battle with
When this happened, earphones with wires went out of style practically overnight. But Bluetooth headphones aren't perfect. There's the connection issues, the poor repairability, the lackluster audio quality, the limited battery life. The list goes on, which is why the wire has been making a big comeback lately. But what to buy? The best-selling wired earphones on Amazon are these. They're certainly affordable, but they sound like crap. These, meanwhile, use premium planar magnetic drivers for audiophile-grade sound, but they cost a month's rent. Where's the middle ground, right? Right here. Now, I was skeptical that a $100 pair of headphones could possibly offer similar performance to a pair that costs over $1,000. But then I heard they were tuned by the one and only Crinical, and that you can turn these wireless for a total cost that is less than a pair of AirPods, which made me think, what's the catch? This isn't the first time we've covered planar magnetic driver technology on this channel, but it's likely the smallest. Now hold on, Linus. You keep saying those words, planar magnetic, but what do they mean? Let me explain. Most headphones, well, really most audio products at all, use dynamic drivers. A dynamic driver consists of a coil of wire that is attached to a flexible diaphragm, typically a cone like in this woofer, or a dome like this tweeter. The coil is surrounded by magnets and is suspended in the magnetic field. When an electrical signal is applied to the coil, it moves back and forth, translating its vibrations to the diaphragm, which then moves the air around it, creating sound. Planar magnetic drivers, on the other hand, use a flat diaphragm made of lightweight plastic, typically, with thin conductive wire etched along the surface. The diaphragm is positioned between two magnets on either side of the driver, and these magnets move the entire diaphragm at once. Why is this beneficial? Well, in a nutshell, it offers more precise control over the diaphragm's movement, reducing distortion and contributing to the planar magnetic driver's unique sound signature, which is often described as clean and punchy. Planar magnetic drivers also tend to be larger, contributing to superior bass response. Does this make planar magnetic headphones automatically better? Not really. Dynamic drivers benefit from a 50-year head start over planar magnetics, so a lot of engineering and manufacturing expertise has gone into overcoming their weaknesses. Plus, compared to planar magnetics, they are more compact and they require less power to operate. There's always trade-offs, right? But anyway, we're not talking about headphones today, we're talking about earphones. Thanks to some recent manufacturing advances, great sounding planar magnetics can be so small now that they will fit inside your ear canals. And over the past couple of years, an explosion of planar magnetic in-ear monitors, or IEMs, has flooded the market. How does an explosion flood anything? How great do they sound? Well, $1,200 great, according to Odyssey, one of the best-known innovators in the planar magnetic space. But how could something so small be so gosh darn expensive when the competing product is less than 1/10 the price? Let's take a look. The outer box of the Odyssey Euclids leaves a fair bit to be desired, but the inside is simple foam, and is that a gosh darn Pelican case? Like Pelican brand IP67 water and dust resistant case? Yes. And inside that is plenty of goodies, like 8 different pairs of ear tips, a cleaning brush, a little pouch to hold all your accessories, oh, and a pair of swappable MMCX cables that terminate in either a 3.5mm headphone plug or a 4.4mm balanced connector. What's the difference, you might ask? Well, for you, the end user, pretty much nothing in terms of audio quality, other than that one is bigger. Yeah! They also include some pretentious nonsense. Why would you have the user guide on a piece of paper when you could have it on a card that you can use to spread thermal compound? Very handy, thank you. But this is not nonsense. Look at these. These gorgeous specimens consist of a milled aluminum housing with the caps adorned with carbon fiber. These are bound to be a conversation starter when they're in your ear, but they are kind of monstrous. Maybe they won't stand out that much compared to some wireless earphones, but the thing to remember is, guys, these don't have any antennas in them. No batteries. What they do have, though, is an 18mm driver. That is nearly 3/4 of an inch. For context, the Sennheiser IE600s that I liked so much when I covered them on Short Circuit use dynamic drivers that are less than half the diameter, which sounds smaller, but in terms of actual area is less than 1/6 the size. But wait, what's that? Is it the sound of an incredible deal from a Chinese audio manufacturer? It is. Let's talk about the 7Hz X-Critical Sal Notes Dioko, an IEM with a long name and a short price. The much, much lower price doesn't stop them from including 6 sets of ear tips and a surprisingly nice carrying case. I mean, it's no Pelican or anything, but it still feels like the sort of thing that could easily be sold for 10, maybe 15 bucks standalone, which is an impressive value. But are the headphones themselves impressive too? Well, from a design perspective, they sure are definitely something. The outer shell is sapphire-coated tempered glass, making them kind of reminiscent of jewelry. It looks kind of like you're plugging your ears with precious amethyst baubles. The body is made of CNC'd aluminum and houses a pair of 14.6mm planar magnetic drivers. That is significantly smaller than the Odyssey Euclids, but still much larger than the IE600s. Like the Euclids, they come with a nice braided cable, though perhaps not quite as nice due to the lack of rotation at the earbud and the less common 2-pin connector. What makes these notable, though, is not just the fact that they offer planar magnetic tech at a price that people can actually afford, but the fact that they were tuned by audiophile extraordinaire Crinical. He worked with 7Hz, the manufacturer, to create a product that both met his quality standards and aligned with his sound preferences. And tuning a headphone is no small task. It involves many, many different variables. The dimensions of the driver, the electrical signal processing, the amount of air on either side of the driver, and so much more. And with his reputation as a tastemaker, I've got to say, having Crinical's name attached to a product does give me a lot more confidence that these things won't be crap. Like, this isn't some, athlete, celebrity endorsement or something. But still, confidence isn't enough. Let's send them away to be measured! Oh my. He had one job. Starting at the low end, we can see that the Diokos have a prominent bump in the sub-bass that will provide plenty of rumble and power. Odyssey opted to forgo this, which is not inherently bad, but it does show us right out of the gate that these two companies have taken a very different approach to their tuning. In the bass regions, both headphones look largely the same, meaning that you can expect a similar intensity in the bass notes that you hear rather than the ones that you feel. Then, making our way into the upper mids, our specimens start to diverge again. The Diokos have more presence in the mids, with some peaks near 2,000 and 3,000 Hz, which could make them sound shouty, but could also accentuate upper female vocals. Then there's these peaks at 8,000 Hz and 10,000 Hz that could be cause for concern, especially if you're sensitive to sibilants. It means sounds like S and T in speech could be loud, and instruments like cymbals and crunchy distortion on guitars could come across as sharp or fatiguing. The Euclids, meanwhile, offer a much milder treble experience. That, to my ears, sounds great. I mean, there is no question that these are audiophile great. I mean, they bloody well better be for $1,200, but really, they will impress your snobby friend that only listens to Hotel California and Steely Dan, and will. The Euclids manage excellent detail and smooth response in the upper treble that some might call laid back, but for my ears, felt just right. I'd call them pleasantly warm. I did find the bass a little lacking, making my preferred pop tunes sound a bit dead, though ballads really shine, and the reality of it is that's nothing that can't be fixed with a little bit of EQ tuning. As for Critical's offering, well, the Diocos have the sub bass that I was missing with the Euclids for sure, but I found that the upper bass was lacking. Like, they rumble, but they could use a bit more punch. And those high peaks in the treble range made things detailed, but I found them to be a bit much in some tracks. As for the dipped low mids, they made even fine male vocalists sound a little boring. The rest of the treble region, though, was detailed and quite delightful. As for the soundstage, it was fine and comparable to my ears to the Euclids. Overall, I actually ended up liking these a bit more, but most of the reason for that came down to comfort, not audio quality. Both of them are massive and heavy, but the Diocos ended up fitting my ear shape significantly better, although your mileage will almost certainly vary because they don't even offer any rotation, as I mentioned before, so they might not work great for you. A nice thing about both of them, though, is that they're going to sound fine whether you're listening from your phone or a more powerful amp and DAC. So if either of them tickles your fancy, we're going to have links to them down below. But don't go there before you hear our complaints. Compared to Bluetooth headphones of almost any kind, both of these are feature bare. Neither has any kind of active noise cancellation, a button to summon your digital assistant of choice, or even an inline microphone. And this one's a personal gripe, but neither of them has the little chin cinch cable thingy that makes you look like a big idiot, but is great for cable managing your body. Also, the Odyssey connectors came loose really easily, making the product feel unnecessarily cheap. I also prefer, by the way, the carrying case of the Diocos. I mean, it's no Pelican brand and it isn't IP rated, but I mean, I'm the sort of person who would just wrap up my headphones and throw them in my bag anyway, so maybe you should just ignore what I have to say about that. Now at this point, you might be wondering how Odyssey has the audacity to charge 10 times the amount for a product that is better, but only marginally so. Well, they've certainly earned the brand reputation for it, but there's also the small matter of manufacturing. Odyssey builds all of their products in Costa Mesa, California, which means that they're not only paying US wages, they're paying California wages. Meaning that if a pair of headphones were to take just a couple of hours to build and quality control, their labor cost on them would already be beyond the entire sticker price all in of the Diocos. I'm not saying that all of Odyssey's components are made in America, they almost certainly aren't, or that that would even account for such a large discrepancy in price if they were, but it's at least something for your consideration, especially compared to the relative opacity of 7Hertz's company. Who are these guys? What is Linsole? Is it a store? A manufacturer? Who knows? Something I know for sure that I haven't addressed is the earlier claim that I can turn either of these solutions wireless. And I haven't addressed why I would do that either. Story time. My workhorse wireless earbuds are starting to lose battery life, and the idea that I will have to just toss them in a year or two is pretty disappointing to me. Now this could be easily remedied by making the batteries replaceable, but Apple, who currently makes up about 40% of the market for wireless earphones, likes it when you buy a whole new set instead of fixing your old ones, and they're just not going to do anything to fix this situation unless they are forced by the government. And as for their competitors, well, they have little incentive to do anything differently from Apple. What that means is that we're about to see a lot of people throwing away their old AirPods only to replace them with something that will last them, again, anywhere from 2 to 5 years max before they will be thrown away again. That sucks. Even ignoring the ecological impact, like let's say you don't care about that. Spending hundreds of dollars over and over and over and over again will add up in the long run. I mean, I've already spent as much on AirPods as I did on my now 10-year-old Sennheiser HD600 headphones. Like my AirPods, I use my HD600s every day, but unlike my AirPods, they are still in excellent condition and will likely last for 20 or even 30 more years. I mean, it sounds crazy to say that, but it's true. In an industry that is so focused on the next shiny gadget, audio remains one of the few domains where you can buy once, cry once. A good pair of headphones, or earphones for that matter, can and should last you a lifetime, unless they're tied to batteries. Though I do, of course, understand the convenience of wireless earphones, and I actually wish that both of these came with microphones and volume controls on the cables and creature comforts like that. Luckily, you can just unplug them from their cables and swap in any cable you like, even one with a Bluetooth adapter and a little battery on it, like this one from Odyssey that costs $130. Okay, that's pretty expensive. But you could also buy a cheaper one that wasn't made in America, and that's how we reached that, hey, you can get these and wireless for less than the price of AirPods claim that I made at the beginning of the video. Now, is this an exact analog to modern true wireless earbuds? No. There's no active noise cancellation, there's no handy charging case, and there's still a wire hanging off you to get caught on things. But the Diocos plus an inexpensive Bluetooth cable are less than a pair of AirPods and sound markedly better. I'd like to see more options for wireless accessories, by the way, that have replaceable batteries in them. But hey, at least this way, we never have to ditch the earphones themselves, like I would. If you guys enjoyed
It's kind of crazy that some games from a decade ago still make a lot of today's games look weak. Today we're going to check out some old games that still embarrass modern games in 2025. From graphics to gameplay, these classics set the bar super high and they still hold up. Let's jump in. GTA 4. This game came out all the way back in 2008, but even today, it feels like a lot of newer games haven't caught up. And I'm not just saying that because of nostalgia, there's real stuff in this game that still holds up and in some ways is better than what we see now. First off, the story. This is where GTA 4 really shines. A lot of games in the series go for that wild, over-the-top style with big explosions, loud characters, and constant chaos, but GTA 4, it slowed things down. It told a more serious, personal story. You play as Nico Bellic, a guy from Eastern Europe who comes to Liberty City looking for a better life. He wants to leave his past behind, a past full of war, pain, and bad choices. But the American dream isn't what it seems. Nico slowly gets dragged into the same kind of violence he was trying to escape. It's heavy stuff, but it's told in a way that feels real. Now let's talk about realism, because this is where GTA 4 still blows people away. Liberty City isn't the biggest map in gaming, but it's packed with detail. The Elder Scrolls Skyrim, probably one of the most iconic games ever made, and yeah, it's been memed to death at this point with all the re-releases, but here's the truth. Skyrim came out in 2011, and it still embarrasses a ton of modern games in some pretty big ways. First off, that sense of freedom. You leave that opening scene in Helgen, and boom, the whole world is yours. No long tutorial, no walls stopping you, no you must be level 30 to enter this zone stuff. You can just pick a direction and walk, climb a snowy mountain, find a hidden dungeon, get attacked by a dragon, or bump into a random NPC with a full side quest. That feeling of go anywhere, do anything is still unmatched. Now let's talk modding, because Skyrim basically became a platform for creativity. Bethesda made the base game, yeah, but the modding community kept it alive and took it to the next level. Better graphics, new quests, gameplay overhauls, completely new stories. Some of the best Skyrim experiences out there today are thanks to modders, and no modern game gives you that kind of open toolbox anymore. Most games are locked down and carefully controlled. Skyrim let the players go wild. Even without mods though, the quest variety and world depth are still solid. You've got the main Dragonborn storyline, but then you also had the Dark Brotherhood, Thieves Guild, College of Winterhold companions, Daedric quests, all with full voice acting, unique story arcs, and meaningful choices. And the cool thing, you can do them in any order or skip them entirely. Red Faction Guerrilla. Oh man, Red Faction Guerrilla. Now, this is one of those games where you go, wait, this came out in 2009? Because even today, over 15 years later, a lot of games still can't match what this game pulled off with its destruction system. Let's just start with the obvious. The physics-based destruction in this game is still unmatched. Not just blow up a wall destruction, we're talking full buildings, bridges, towers, and bases that collapse in real time, piece by piece, depending on where and how you hit them. You could take a sledgehammer to the bottom of a building and literally watch it crumble, or strap explosives to support beams and bring down a whole enemy outpost. And it's not just for looks, it changes how you play. You could create your own entrances, ambush routes, or escape paths by making holes in the world. Almost no games today give you that level of freedom and creativity in combat. But it's not just a tech demo, the actual gameplay was really fun too. You play as Alec Mason, a dude who joins the resistance on Mars to fight against a brutal military force called the EDF. It's a classic underdog story, and the game throws you into this wide open version of Mars where you complete missions, raid bases, and take down enemy strongholds however you want. The game gives you tools, rocket launchers, remote charges, giant mechs, and just lets you go nuts. And there's something really satisfying about that simple gameplay loop. Drive to an enemy base, cause chaos, bring down a giant tower with a few well-placed charges, get out before reinforcements arrive, repeat. It never gets old because the destruction is dynamic, not scripted. Every building collapse feels different. Every mission plays out a little differently depending on how you go about it. The tone is also kind of refreshing. It's not super dark or overly serious, but it's not a total joke either. It sits somewhere in the middle, kind of like those mid-2000s action movies that were just fun to watch. The game doesn't waste your time with deep political plots or long speeches. It just drops you into the fight and says, here's a hammer, go break stuff. It's kind of wild when you think about it. With all the power in modern consoles and PCs, we still haven't seen another game push destruction the way Red Faction Guerrilla did. Some games fake it with scripted collapses or only destroy a few objects, but nothing gives you that pure freedom to tear down the world like this game did. Fable: The Lost Chapters. Right off the bat, one of the coolest things Fable did was let you actually age and change over time. You start the game as a little kid, and as the story goes on, you grow into an adult. And it's not just story stuff. Your choices show up on your character's face and body. Be good and people admire you. Be evil and you start growing horns and getting red glowing eyes. That kind of visual transformation from your decisions was super unique back then, and even today, barely any games do it that well. The morality system was simple but effective. You could help people marry, settle down, or you could rob, kill, and go full villain. And the world reacted to what you became. Villagers would cheer for you or scream and run away. It felt like your actions really mattered. Some modern games still do this, sure, but Fable made it fun and kind of playful instead of overly dramatic or serious.
Looks like he's done whatever he was doing.
The setting was also great. Albion felt like this cozy fairy tale land with a bit of British humor and charm. It wasn't huge like a Skyrim style map, but it had character. Towns felt alive, and there were a bunch of fun side things to do, like buying houses, getting married, playing pub games, even becoming famous. And the music, still so good. That soft, magical vibe is burned into your memory if you played it back in the day. And then there's the combat, which was super easy to get into. You had melee weapons, bows, and magic, and you could mix them however you liked. The game never made you pick one strict class. You just kind of learned and used what you wanted. You could throw fireballs 1 second, then pull out a sword.
So smash that like button, smash that notification button. Bangers, bangers, bangers. All 2025. Simba.
I can't believe you're joining us in 2020.
I was typing
For
so I missed it,
2026.
but Kat filled right in.
Yeah, because I didn't hear you in this.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Welcome, welcome,
Yes.
welcome.
Welcome one, welcome all.
This is the end of our 6th calendar year.
That to the end
Six?
of the year.
I started too high. I got
This is our
scared.
6th time.
I got real scared once it started going up, but it kept going higher.
2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025.
That
5
is
years of Here's the
crazy.
Thing?
It's
This is our
going into
December.
This is 6.
This halfway through the
6
6th year.
calendar year.
Six
Calendar
calendar.
year.
Six
Yeah.
calendar.
Was we started White Blessings.
White blessing.
Why blessings?
I
June
told
12th.
Lecrae when I did this podcast, I said, appreciate you. You gave us our first podcast
You did.
title.
He did.
White
I
Blessings.
was listening to a Lecrae
He's a good
song
sport.
yesterday.
He has a good his latest album is really
I
good.
just listened to it again. He's trying to get it. He submitted it for your consideration
For the Grammys?
for headphones.
Oh,
That
that's
song
the
made-
song I can't do.
Oh, I was in
Because the first lyric,
That's death. His cousin died.
his brother.
died.
Oh, I don't know if it's
brother or cousin.
I don't know if he's
Cousin.
speaking literally or not, but
Some nigga died in that song.
It was a song he did with the Walls Walls group that I was.
On this latest album?
No, I went all the way back to 2014.
Oh, early Lecrae. What song he do with the Walls?
Hi, we gotta go. Ha 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 ha.
I don't know this song. Angel.
Ha, broken with
Is it their song or his song?
Theirs. Hands up high,
Lecrae.
somewhere beyond the sky. I'm chasing you. Let's go. Ha 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 ha. High. The king is here. The king is here. Come on. Let's make a scene. I was about to say the great I am.
This is 11 years old on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Come on.
I never heard the song, Angel.
Get to the chorus. Mm.
Okay. 2014.
Here comes. I think it's about to
Is
come.
it?
It's about to come. I think it's a sample from another. You can tell. Well, I don't know. I don't know if you know secular songs like I do. Is it coming? It's come. Bye. Here it comes. I'm sorry they don't carry on here. That's why we go ha 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 ha. It don't mean nothing about us. That's why we go ha 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 ha.
Who is this?
Here we go again. Murder with our hands up high.
Art of Noise?
Somewhere beyond the sky.
Moments in Love.
Yep. I'm chasing you. Let's go. This is a sex song that they changed it to
Is
a gospel
it?
song. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did you see my video from today where that lady said you should only do missionary position?
Oh, and I responded. I don't know if it went up because I said, now this woman then called me a demonic
She called
sex
you a prostitute.
working pit bull.
She called you a prostitute, dog. Why you got to get married? What's the point of getting married if you want it to be boring? And I like missionary as much as the next person. But you ain't gonna tell me that's rule over.
She said it was demonic. She said that we were sex workers, and she said, "Are you a dog?"
Are you a dog? Well, Bow Wow,
Best
remember?
in show, nigga. Best in show.
Purina me.
Trot me around.
I saw that clip on TikTok and I laughed all over again like I didn't live it.
I watch those clips like a fan.
Oh my God.
We done said so many things.
All of it.
Gotta put a fire hydrant on Angel's
Yes.
desk.
Check behind my ears. Check my teeth.
Bow Wow.
Bow wow.
She don't look
Walk
like, I don't
me.
want to put this on her, but like she makes sex look like washing the dishes.
But she ain't saying nothing.
Just
Ain't saying nothing.
color purple sex.
Oh God.
Why it got to be like that? Like, why would this is a terrible advertisement for marriage.
It is.
If you get married and now this, or you just got pumps in a bump, what, you got a bad shoulder? What if your husband ain't got no arms? What if your husband ain't got no arms? Now he just over here bouncing around.
He just do a worm.
Trying to get you because he can't hold himself
Right.
up.
Yeah, I don't know where we make these rules from. She said he is supposed to be satisfied from your breast. Well, some women have long titties.
Long titty down here.
So they can get down. The titty can get down there.
From the up.
Yeah.
And what you talking about? You can't be satisfied if you face down. You get a great view. And you know what's interesting about this? And we don't talk about this at all. The woman's interest, pleasure, not included at all.
No.
In the church, it's all the man please the husband and procreation. Woman, just you here to take this peen.
Yeah, take
you
the
take
peen,
this
take
peen,
the sperm, make a
up.
baby, and raise the baby, and be miserable.
And that's it. Clitoris ain't involved. She ain't say you got to ring no doorbell. She ain't say you got to get nothing out of it.
That's the doorbell into hell.
That.
If you think you about to touch that.
Yeah.
Ding dong.
Yeah, exactly. She don't want no. You know, I just stopped. People are dumb, and people ain't got nothing to do.
You ain't have no fun. Don't come over here trying to take my fun.
And I wonder if that's what it is. She's like, I want y'all to be miserable with me.
That's what it feels like.
I bet she like, and you better not get wet. That's the Satan's nectar.
You sliding on down the hill.
Yeah, you better stay dry.
I want you dry as the Sahara dry bones.
Because that's what's gonna happen.
Sex is supposed to hurt you.
That's exactly what it feels like. It's demonic. It's not holy. God cannot bless what is not
Worship.
holy.
You're supposed to do worship.
Holy starts with ho.
That's true.
Let's go. Let's start there.
I'm glad I'm at the age where you can like hear that stuff and just be like, all right, man, you got it. But it's not going to impact my life at all.
Oh, ain't no way.
I ain't under the law. I ain't under no pastor that think like, if my pastor said that, I'd say, let me get your purse and get my shoes.
Yeah.
We don't go here no more.
Yeah. No,
Because you're talking crazy.
You don't know the Lord.
You don't know like I know him.
Definitely don't know the Lord.
Because if you want me to hit it from the back, it wouldn't go in.
And I feel like that's actually the proper way, and we done created these other ways.
It fit like a Lego when you flip it around.
Yes, based off of the way a woman's uterus curves with her body, I'm like, this is the way it's actually supposed to.
We know you haven't had sex.
No Mandalorian.
No man.
It go right.
It go right in there.
It go right.
It go locked in, locked in step.
Sound effects are crazy.
You locked in. Rock the boat. You tucked in there. You tucked in good.
It's the same way. They be like, when you give birth, like the way you supposed to, the way a lot of women end up giving birth when they give birth naturally is hands and knees, actually.
Yeah.
Versus,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought they'd be in the water.
If they're in the water, the only reason why women have to lay back in birth is so that the practitioner has a better view. It's not because it's better for the child.
Like floor seats.
Yeah, it's like so we can see, because this is actually the best way to give birth. You didn't open it up.
I saw all fours one time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All fours is actually probably the best, because this gets hard to hold up. So then you want to go here.
And then gravity, no John Mayer. When you push, it just.
No John Mayer. Yeah, you got it. Because that's how animals give birth. That giraffe will just drop that baby giraffe out here and be on this earth, and a nigga trying to kill you from life.
That's a long drop for the giraffe too.
Yes. And then a nigga, a lion or something is trying to kill you immediately.
Right.
Welcome to the NFL, rookie.
Wildcat.
It's Hermione.
Oh yeah, I ain't got
from Harry and the Potter series.
Leviosa.
But yeah, so
Harry
so yeah, I all I'm saying is the way God be wanting to bring kids in, I feel like is how He want to bring kids in.
God is, and listen, back to the sex thing. God is too creative to be limited to one position. The missionary is for spreading the good news. Okay, go tell the people about the Lord. Spread that good news.
Yes, that's the
And
missionary.
missionary is great. Eye to eye contact. Look me in there, kiss, titty. It's great. But you gotta spin around, roll around.
I don't need eye to eye contact. I don't need us looking at each other. I don't. You mind your business. I don't need it. I don't need it. If I never saw Marcus, I think.
Why are you blinking? I
don't need it.
You never saw Marcus again?
No,
I don't
no.
want to see you.
I'm saying I don't need to see his eyes. I don't. I'll be okay. It's still great.
It's dark in there.
Yeah.
Anyway, enough sex talk. It's the end of the year. You guys asked for us to talk about the end of the year. Angel, let's start with you. What was your year like to you?
Oh my God, I don't know. What has happened in 2025?
What year?
2025 has happened to me. That's what it feels like. This has been the craziest year.
What do you mean?
I don't know. It's just nothing. Everything went the way it was just going to be like, and this happens. I literally don't know what happened this year.
What you mean, Angel?
I can't remember what, I'm like, what was that this year? When I talk about stuff,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
like,
been happening to me too over the years. Since the pandemic, I be talking like it was this year and it was last year. And I be talking about last year and it was this year.
it is confusing.
I can't remember the year we went on tour.
2021.
Was it? That was
Yeah.
2021.
2021.
No, it was
The comedy tour.
20
And then here's the thing,
That
was
was
23,
ended-
24.
Yeah, we did 24, but the first time me and you
21?
ever went on tour was 2021.
That was
Didn't,
5
didn't we
about
do
to
a
be
little taste at the end of 2020?
Not with me.
Nope.
I might have did something with the
I feel like we did something
We didn't go. I didn't go on the road in 2020.
at all.
That was all keep your distance. Because remember, I was booked for the whole year. We did like 3 weekends, and then it was over. We started keep your distance in maybe July, June or July,
And then rode that. till
and
the
we
wheels
rode
fell
that.
off.
It was about a good year,
Mm-hmm.
and then we went on tour with Angel. That was probably
February.
summer. Was it February?
I feel like it was earlier.
Y'all
Was it earlier?
started before.
Because the clubs were still halfway closed.
Because I said I'll come in June because I had to get that man off that job to come
That's
on.
true.
You're right. Was that year?
Yeah.
Marcus was 2021.
2021.
He worked the pandemic. Was he going down Riverside?
Oh, he wasn't even at Riverside during the height of the pandemic.
The
He was at
LAX.
LAX.
He had that
Then
key
they
card.
switched him.
He had the good key card for LAX.
Mm-hmm. He would go out to the Tarmac if he wanted to.
That's cool.
Then but by 2021 he was at Riverside, and I said we got to get my husband out
He
to
was
get him
driving too much. He was driving far.
every day. It's crazy. The year started off like full steam ahead,
Mm-hmm.
and it went into the summer. My fall then said, "All right, let's chill out,"
Mm-hmm.
and then I was like, "All right, is this how we're ending the year? Chill." And then in December it was like, "Go, let's go!" So it's very 2025. It was. That's how I would describe the year.
Just that sound. You booked a couple things.
Yeah, booked three solid things. Just finished shooting the third one. Don't know when the first one's going to show up. I think at the top of the year. Lord, it's taking forever.
I think
In January, I think.
That's the one with them people that we know.
Yeah.
Oh, she was in.
Yeah, he was in there. He was in there.
No, I know. I'm saying whenever it shows up, it's just
Yeah.
I filmed it so long ago.
Oh.
Went on that
When did you
Disney
film it?
cruise. I filmed it in March when I came back from Disney.
Really?
That's right, because that was
Yes.
the handoff of us
January
finishing
26th.
Churchy, starting tour, and then Angel started that.
Yeah.
It was a snowball of us not.
Bow, bow, bow.
Monday, February 23rd. 2026.
Jesus Christ. So almost a year from when I shot it.
2026, February 23rd.
I mean, goodness gracious,
I've
y'all.
been,
Are
I've
we
been
making
engaged,
the
I've been
Avengers?
engaged for almost a year.
Yeah.
Ah!
That's crazy.
Like this weekend.
Yeah.
Oh, you did get engaged when we was at Melissa's dad.
Yeah,
we was
he
at Melissa's dad's
and
house.
I was, and
Oh,
we
yeah.
were.
Because I was
Oh, yeah,
waiting
that was the
for
Christmas
you.
party.
It was, and I was like, he's 3 hours ahead, and Alyssa was like, no,
we're in this.
He's in the same
we're
time
with
zone.
him, and I was like, oh my god, we're gonna have to wait forever now. That's been a year.
That's been a year.
Yeah, it's been a
Kevin.
year.
Oh my god.
Because we were on the churchy lot. We were on the churchy set when he got the
When I got
ring.
The ring delivered. I got the ring delivered hours before the flight, bro.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
yeah, his palms were sweaty.
Oh my god.
Knees weak, arms
were
were-
heavy.
yeah.
His cheeks were red too.
And because we were talking about that sloth of a set teacher. She was
They always be like that.
She was a sloth.
They always be like
she was
that.
she was the Zootopia DMV.
Yes. That was
you are
God dog.
You are sick.
And she had way
puppy.
She had way too many kids for her capacity that
Oh
day.
my God.
They hire them to do that, so they can be like, man, they did their 8 hours, didn't they? And she'd be like, I think they did. It'd be like
All three of them.
They don't want a person who's 28.
I'm like, how'd you make it through COVID? How did you make it through the pandemic?
We were looking for you right now.
Right now. I don't know how you did it. So yeah, this year it really was insane. We had I was like, oh, I'm gonna have a chill summer, and it was the busiest goddamn
You was
summer.
on planes like I be on planes.
I was like, I want to go home.
You was on that road.
I said, I'm not going to Essence. Essence was like, guess what? You're coming to
Yes,
Essence.
you are.
For the first time, we're going to really give you money to come here. I
Pack your bags and you come to New Orleans.
want to be home. So it was cool. It was I don't feel like I had control over anything. I felt like I was being swept away often, which I don't like that feeling.
I was going to ask you, how does that make you feel?
I don't like it. I like to have a plan and I like to execute it and not. That's why the end of this year has been pissing me off. Every time I have a plan, it's like, oh, you thought you were going to go home. Actually, even though Hollywood shut down, you specifically have an audition. Go do it. And I'm like, how is there an audition today?
I'm telling you, like I said, they're not circling back. You should not have an audition on December December 18th. The baby is in the manger. Who is looking at your audition next week? Are they looking at it today? Tomorrow?
It's in person.
You're going in person? What is this, 1998?
Right.
The hell you mean you're going in person?
When I tell you I have never been more pissed in my life to get an audition than when I was last night. I said, I knew you fucking get it right.
You're driving down to Hollywood town?
Got to drive.
That in-person audition is what got Zay out of the industry.
Oh, you were like,
I said, I'm not.
That's how I quit my kids.
I'm not sitting up here on the 101 3 or 4 times a week for him to not get these roles. A 2-minute experience is taking 4 hours.
Yeah.
Not including the prep time.
Exactly.
Just the drive time, the wait time. You got to give him Chick-fil-A on the way home. You're going to sit in traffic both ways, and then you don't even hear back. You're done. You go to school. You're regular boy now.
I said, my kids are not as talented as me. One of y'all going to have to be more talented than me if we're going to do this. And that's not the case. So the most talented person wins. Everybody else got to quit. That's mommy. What's up, you guys? This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks, okay? So whether you're starting a new routine or making player picks for the first time, trying something new can be hard. But in life and on Prize Picks, it always feels good to be right. With high-pressure playoff matchups every week and elite hoop action almost every night, the action never stops, and Prize Picks lets you take control. Listen, y'all know we've talked about Prize Picks a lot here on Here's the Thing, and that's because it is super fun. It is so easy. We over here watching games every single night, and what's great is that I be picking the players I like, and then I decide if I want to do more than or less than on one of their stats. It's so easy. Granted, yes, am I a sporting expert? Obviously, but you don't have to be in order to have some fun on Prize Picks. Now they have a new feature. Prize Picks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those earnings before the game even finishes. Ooh! And you can find your community on Prize Picks. With new social feed features, you can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups from winners with a single click. Copy lineups you like and use them as inspiration for your own picks. You can even follow Prize Picks partners like us and tail or fade our picks with just one click. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code SK to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code SK to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Why would you say that?
Because it was the truth. I said, it'd be different. If one of them was doing circles around me acting, can emote, got the comedic cues. All right, mommy is retiring. You the one.
You're the one.
But no, I'm way better than y'all. So no.
Has there ever been an adult parent and a child star working at the same time?
Yes, Goldie Hawn and that other and her white child.
Kate Hudson?
Yeah.
But was Kate a child star?
I don't know.
I mean like Drew Barrymore, Dakota Fanning child. Because I know Kate worked as an adult. I don't remember her as and I'm not saying she didn't. I just don't remember her as a kid.
Who was Gwyneth Paltrow's mama?
Tasha Paltrow. Is her mama somebody?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Because she's a Gwyneth.
Kim Fields? Oh,
okay.
Will Smith, Jada Smith, and Jaden. Okay.
Blythe Danner.
That is her mom?
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh my God!
Yeah, that's what I thought. Her mama
Blythe Danner is Gwyneth Paltrow's mom.
From Meet the Fockers woman.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I never knew that.
She's 82.
She looks like her. I see her in there.
Yeah, that's her mama. I thought I could have sworn that was.
Oh my God.
Yeah, because
I had no idea that was that lady mama.
Because you know that's how Gwyneth got her start. Her godfather is Steven Spielberg, and he said, I'm doing a movie, I think you should play Wendy in it.
Wait, what movie was that?
The Peter Pan people.
She was in Peter Pan.
I do believe so. She was in the Peters.
And he did E.T., which had Drew Barrymore in it.
And look at it.
Angel, when I tell you I didn't know that was that movie.
I didn't know
I
either.
don't,
I looked
I
it
don't
up.
know her name. That's the reason why.
Who is her daddy then?
I didn't
Jake
know her.
Paltrow. Who the hell are you?
Jake's
Oh, no, that's
her
her
brother.
brother.
Bruce is the father, also director.
Bruce Paltrow? Bruce Weigart? Angel, you done messed my mind up.
Yeah.
Them white people in Hollywood be like, you got your own name. And I got my name.
Yeah.
And I ain't changing my name. That's your daddy.
I knew that was her mom. I didn't know her mama's name. So that's why I was like, who's her mama? Because I couldn't remember her name. But White Lady from Meet the Fockers is her mama. And that's how. You listen, I don't know what she looked like right now, but she looked great.
Listen, I
Oh,
know
he's
this.
been dead. Bruce been dead for 23 years.
Her brother?
Her daddy been dead since
Oh,
2002. He died in 58. He died at 58.
That's a shame.
That's sad. But yeah, but did you realize that her when your goddaddy
My
is the
God.
biggest producer and director
Well,
in the world?
That's why Steven said, "Get over here and get on set."
That's what I want to do.
You know he was a producer, executive producer of ER. I got to meet him.
No.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell is he doing in ER?
He was one of the executive producers. He came to our holiday party, and I was like, "Excuse me, Mr. Spielberg, can we get a photo?"
I didn't know he worked in TV at all.
Yeah, he got a black child.
What you mean?
I think he adopted a black baby.
Huh?
Let me make sure I
How old
got
Stevie
that.
Steves?
Steven.
Oh, Billy Ray Cyrus and Miley Cyrus. That's a good one, Melissa Campbell. Miley got more talent than Billy? I'd say so.
Oh yeah, Theo.
Who?
Yeah, Theo and Michaela.
Is that the baby?
Those are the black children of Steven Spielberg. He got black kids.
Michaela.
She got 7 kids.
Stevie Spills? Stevie Spielberg is 79 years old. Dang.
Well, you just can't get adopted by the right people.
I was literally about to say, can you imagine me getting adopted by Steven himself?
You win, bro.
Someone knocks on your door, hey man, you're about to meet your new dad.
Oh
Stevie Spills?
Big Steve.
Big Steve. No.
I would be on cocaine.
Okay, so what? Looking forward, Angel, how would you like 2026 to go?
Well, no. Now let's do y'all's
Yeah,
2025.
man. Oh,
and
hell
then we'll
yeah.
move forward.
I had a great year.
Yeah,
Praise
nigga.
God.
It was a Kev year.
It
the
was
year
a
of Kevin.
Kev.
All the stuff's not out.
It was a big year for old Kev. This time last year, we were still shooting Churchy. We didn't finish Churchy until February.
Correct.
The world caught on fire.
Yes, it did.
Pushed production back, and just having Churchy would have been like, this is great. You had a good time?
Oh, but it was nothing like
This
it.
is great.
Man, the hospital.
The book.
The book that happened
New York
this year.
Times bestseller.
That don't even got the sticker on there. I
That
need a
New York
sticker.
Times bestseller.
I still can't believe you surprised.
I did Sarah Jakes Roberts' podcast yesterday.
SJR.
And she was talking about that book. I forgot when we scheduled it. When she started talking, I was like, girl, don't nobody care. I wanted to say, but I knew I don't want my publisher to hear that. But I would be like, girl, that is over.
I'm not thinking about that book no more.
I don't care about that. But yeah, we start off with Churchy. Churchy came out in August, I believe. The book came out in September. We got New York Times bestseller for that.
Stuff happened.
The
between
hospital
then. BET.
got picked up.
That was in August.
That was right after Churchy, like 4 weeks after Churchy.
Got picked up, but it aired in August.
Yeah, aired in September. Churchy aired in August. The hospital aired in September.
Come on, that's right.
Yeah, and then later on in November, it got sold to, picked up, licensed to Hulu. So that a lot more people were able to see it then. Fuse, the library of content on
Tubi?
Fuse Plus. Tubi bought 2 shows, The Ball Brothers and Safe Space. Safe Space, massive success. They said we just had a meeting with them, and they were like, this it was all the things they needed to be.
Yeah.
It was kind of hit 4 quadrants, and I got to thank the people listening for this. My audience watched it. Stage crew, Patreon always leads the charge on that. And then even outside of Patreon, just everybody else came and watched it. My audience downloaded Fuse for the first time and watched it. Apparently, people clicked around after.
I thought we were talking about Tubi. Okay.
Oh, Fuse, Tubi. Well, we are talking about Tubi. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I
I
got
was
messed
like,
up.
huh.
So many networks.
So many. Oh God, so many. BT, Fuse, Tubi.
It's downloaded Tubi. They poked around after and watched other things on Tubi, which is this is why they do it. Like, yes, I'm great, but if you say you go from me
to Dirty D,
let me go watch the Dirty D.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
The longer you stay on platform, the better. Then, so that was the third one actually, that they watched other stuff that's already on platform. And the fourth one is the Tubi audience who was already there watched the show when they didn't know about me. So they go from something else and they would serve them safe space. And I'll be like, oh, I'll check this out. They watch it and they like it.
That's good.
And that same thing, Fuse, we just got the first month report back. They were like, this is our biggest month of any creator we've ever had.
Fantastic.
Workplace comedy blows everything else away, which we thought it would. It was the most thing that people were like, oh man, I've been watching them clips. First of all, we make so much content. I legitimately don't even remember half of the things I said.
I don't remember half of those
I've been
episodes.
watching Fuse clips, workplace comedy. I'd be like, this Angel is funny. Tahir is funny. I don't remember.
I don't either.
When I watch those Here's the Thing clips on TikTok, I'll be like, Peter Kame, I do remember. She just posted the Peter Kame one. I forgot how little of a rap your mom actually did.
Very, very succinct.
No doubt about it.
Peter Kame.
So anyway,
Crafts and Cocktails number 3.
Crafts and Cocktails.
I looked at the thing. I said, well, go on, Crafts and Cocktails.
That didn't surprise me at all. Crafts and Cocktails, boy, you talk about it.
It's a good time.
I've been seriously drunk maybe 3 times in my life. That Crafts and Cocktail was number 3.
Yeah.
That, I remember sitting outside. That was before we even got this office or... No, we had this office. We didn't have a soundstage.
Correct.
Angel got me she got everybody Ubers to and fro. When I tell you, I was sitting outside on like a curb waiting for my car to come. The earth is spinning 3 times more. A bird pooped on my leg. And I looked down and said, oh, a bird pooped on me. And then I looked up for the bird and I couldn't find it. I was like, where's the bird? And when Vinny came, when I tell you, I stood up, I was like, I felt like, you know what, like the like Arabian Nights where they're like, I felt like, like Leonardo DiCaprio in Wolf of Wall Street when he thought he was walking straight. Because what they don't tell you is they get you drunk before you go onto that camera.
You're drunk, but the drunk don't hit until action.
I was back there talking to Brisha, and she was telling me, she was like, "Watch out, because they get you to drinking before you start."
And they keep asking,
and we just laughing.
They just keep asking.
Tony Valentino brought me another shot. I was like, "Yeah." So anyway, I told Brisha as well, and she's laughing and thing. And 3-4 shots in, and then Angel's pouring gasoline. Ain't no mixer, ain't no nothing. Yeah. I watched that back, Angel. It looks like I was crying because my eyes were so glassy.
They were so glassy. They had red delays on them.
I had opened my eyes in chlorine pool for an hour. That just glazed over.
So good.
And I'm trying not to be drunk. I'm just like, yeah, this is fine. I see 3 doggone angels moving around. I don't know how you did it.
I don't either.
Because you was drinking during...
My liver went into overtime. It said, I got you, baby. Kidneys was like, we got you too, sis.
Oh, my God.
The ones that I never watched is the one with me and Melissa when they put the clips of that to see how sweaty we both look. That lets you know. That was when we were in my old house in the kitchen. We are shining. I said, oh, yeah, we was drunk.
Oh, my God. So, no, getting people access to the old app content, for me, that was one of my biggest accomplishments because I hated that, you know, when you shut it down, you can't go nowhere, or it wasn't nowhere. And the fact that, you know, a lot of times people say they want something, they say they want to watch it, but the numbers don't actually reflect that in truth. But people went and got that app and turned it on. Thankfully, Fuse is only $2.99. Shout out to them for that.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Fuse thing happened, and then Safe Space was just
magic,
really great. Safe Space, I've been trying to figure out what was the difference. I think it's two things. Why it was so much big. It's probably my biggest show.
Oh wow.
Yeah, numbers wise, and I'm gonna tell you why. Number one, Tubi's free. Free is great.
Everybody got free.
Everybody got free. People like, I respect you for BET Plus, but like, I'm not even doing the free trial.
Right.
I'm just not. I'm not doing it. Or they watch it and they don't tune back in. Tubi being free is a huge, huge, huge help, because we've never been able to put super high quality content available for free. The app, we've been making great content for years. The challenge show is probably one of my best experiences and funnest things I've made, but we can't afford to spend that kind of money. They just put it on YouTube. YouTube ain't gonna give it to us back. And the second thing about Safe Space is that show lends itself really well to social media, because there's no story. Like Churchy, there's only so many clips you can post that you don't give away the story.
Correct.
And you can't, like, you need to watch the episode, because it's like a story that's building to something. Safe Space is so many minutes, so many clips that you don't need to hear nothing about Angel and Naeem. If he starts off saying, I don't want to be hands-on with the baby, okay, I want to listen. Lulu says he's not smashing me right within the first 3 seconds. People are like, I'll hear the rest of that.
It's conflict immediately, and people love a good conflict. You get right to the conflict and go.
Clip, start, text, caption, conflict within. It is almost bioengineered to do well on social media. And then it delivers when you go watch it on. It's actually better in the full episode version, because you see how it's strung together. So that was a great way to close the year, content wise. And then actually didn't even close the year. We did the Ball Brothers tour.
Yes.
Which was just fantastic.
Yes.
It's really funny. I wish we could have did more cities. I wish more than that I can convince Tony Baker to stay in better hotels. Towards the end, I was just like, I got to do my own thing.
You said I can't.
Oh yeah.
I said I can't, man. I can't.
He's like, you can. You don't want to.
Tony will let the stand-up club. Angel, you know, I never did this. He would let the stand-up club book his hotel and stay there.
I mean, I would do that if I was looking to be sexually assaulted. Absolutely. If I was like, you know what? Time for something a little crazy to happen in my life.
That's what
sure, go ahead, book it.
He said it. Lilo was like, man, one time they went in this place in Florida, there was roaches and stuff, and Tony was like, all right, man, this maybe we gotta go.
That's where he drew the line when he saw the roach.
He drew the line. I ain't gotta get that far, man. We seen that roach yard house. They tried to tell you it was a water bug.
Not a roach, man.
It's a water bug.
Virginia
Beach. Look like a big fat ass roach.
I don't gotta be Steve Irwin. That's a roach or a roach's cousin.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's gonna start airing in like 2 weeks on Tubi. And then I did like every podcast on earth, from Joe Budden.
Oh yeah, you showed up on everybody's podcast. I would be like, wait, where's Kevin now? Because they kept feeding you to me in the and you cried on every podcast.
Man. I can't cry no more.
Damn it, Kevin.
I cried on them people.
I said, get it together.
Ray J smacked me. B Simone Jesus to me. I cried.
Kevin.
I cried.
I said, Kevin has turned into a white woman right before my eyes. Pull it together.
I was crying, Angel.
You call Carucci not black?
I did. Did you watch that?
I saw that. I tuned in as you were saying that part.
That's awesome.
What do you call Carucci?
Scott Evans. He's a Scott Evans regular now.
I really am. I was on there 3 times. I wasn't sure. Did everybody know Carucci was mixed?
Yeah. And she had half Asian?
She's half black and half Asian. I didn't know.
I thought the other part was Asian.
She
No?
is. I didn't
Okay.
know.
How you not know? She look it.
I'm just glad they kept that
You
in
know
there.
I'm not good
I'm
at
glad they
knowing
kept that in there.
mixed.
They didn't have to keep it in, but they did.
I was hoping they would take it out.
No, they didn't.
Why you? Which podcast did you say? Which of the 50 podcasts did you say?
No,
that
this
on?
wasn't podcast.
That was
This
House Guest or House Party with Scott Evans.
Oh, the thing
Just
that
came out
the
just
where you're
yesterday.
Santa Claus.
Yes.
I have not seen it.
Yeah.
We had the little Horish women.
Oh,
Horrible decision.
Yes.
I had a great time on that.
4-ish was funny.
They did some sex.
They've done
Listen.
a lot.
They've
Some.
done some. You think they're just doing missionary position?
Oh,
no.
That Christian lady's gonna have a field day with
Oh, my God.
Mandy and Wheezy.
Oh man,
Them,
there's no
every
way.
hole has been explored.
Yep.
Pegging.
Yep.
I mean, threesomes, orgies,
And just,
the flu.
So this one threesome that I did, I was like, how can you say that multiple times in one conversation and expect me to keep a?
I will die never having a threesome, and will have lived never wanting one.
You said I am.
That's
cool
just
with that.
not a thing I ever desire. I'd be like, well, y'all crazy. I can't do.
I feel like it's gonna start. The smells. I just hate. It's
Why you make your face?
It's
You got to smell multiple coochies, Angel, and butts.
ah.
There's 3 buttholes open.
Unavoidable.
3 buttholes are exposed to the wind,
A coochie or a butt's gonna be thrown in your way.
and coochie and butt is 2 different smells.
It is.
I don't want to.
So I have 2 coochies, 2 butts. Penises have a smell, but they don't have hole, small hole, and then a nigga butt.
It's too many smells.
That waft is crazy.
And that's just 3.
An N95 mask on it. That doesn't
And you
feel
better
sexy.
pray everybody showered.
Dog. Even if you shower before, I feel like your body gonna be like, I got to get the
By that
stinking.
time, you're working a little harder.
I got to get the stinking because we mixing stuff up.
That booty
I
hole's
got
like,
to
this-
get the stinking,
This is my
y'all.
time to shine.
It's just so nasty. And the smelling. I just can't. I can't. The smell is
Can you
enough.
imagine going into a threesome with a mask? What you doing? You kind of turn the vibes up. My vibes are already kind of messed up.
Yeah.
This is kind of the only way I can kind of stay in
You
and
would
around.
have to do it in a bakery or something, like in a
You
perfume
gotta
shop.
smell other stuff.
Yeah, like
You
a
can't
perfume
throw
shop.
croissant in with coochie smell, Angel.
Get a little apple pie going.
No, hell no,
Get some
Angel.
cakes.
You can't have baked goods and butt.
Yes, you can.
No, you
Man,
can't have baked goods and
Hold on,
butt.
that shortbread and sugar
Joshy.
cookie, the sugar cookie, that
Josh
set
is
will
there
take
'cause
over.
He got a bakery in the
That'll
house.
take over the house.
I'm telling you, he got a bakery
Josh,
in the house.
The sugar cookie is now contaminated with butt
No,
sweat
but
air.
you don't hear
That
it.
butt sweat go
You don't-
in there.
It's like
Don't
li-
eat the cookies.
It's like
you eat
lighting.
the ass.
It's like lighting a match. It just overtakes it.
Eat the ass, not the cookie. The cookie is just there for ambiance and smell.
I feel like cookie ain't gonna overpower coochie and butt. And
If you have
peen.
enough.
Not with that attitude.
Right. Right. But vanilla.
Vanilla's strong.
Cinnamon.
Vanilla, bacon, coffee.
Why'd you go
Oh,
bacon?
coffee.
Bacon is a strong
Bacon,
smell.
You can't
But
bring in
bacon with coochie
you
lips
bring in a
is
fourth
just
meat.
Oh, bacon's too far. You can have
It's too
croissant,
many.
but
You're
not
bringing
bacon.
in a fourth meat,
It's
man.
too much.
Bacon is gonna cut through some of that
No,
coochie air.
no,
Yeah,
it's not.
it is.
You need warm apple cider wafting through the air.
Crispy bacon.
No.
If you getting taken to Pound Town and niggas start making bacon, you could be like, oh, I ain't no
No.
bacon. You don't like pork, Angel.
I don't. But who wants to suck a dick and it smell like sausage? It don't make sense. It don't.
I don't think I'd mind. I prefer bacon over over baked goods.
No. That's
Yes.
like saying you might as well didn't do a fucking fish fry. You don't want
No,
that.
no,
See?
that's crazy.
But see,
No,
you see?
fish fry is
Oh,
wild.
you see?
Fish fry is
No.
not.
Old Bay is where you draw the line.
Absolutely. Fish fry is crazy and you know it.
No.
You doing this to be crazy.
No. Pork, fried any
No.
form of pork.
Fish fry. I know it. I know it. Fish fry is outside. The deacon want to take that to the front yard. You don't want fish smelling your house.
But when fish is fried and you know fish is fried, you like, ooh, I'm gonna get me a piece of fried fish. You
Angel, the
don't
beans
want it.
don't burn in the kitchen. The don't fire on the
I might be
grill.
with Kev because you know how old that grease is.
That's what I'm saying. Old grease and fish. You know you would take bacon over.
That fish might
I
taste
don't-
like chicken, and you're like, I know this isn't old.
I just said a bakery. You the one who brought in bacon. Bakery.
Bakery.
No, that's what I'm saying.
still days
Bacon
on
above
bakery.
bakery.
No.
No.
Okay, how about coffee?
I hate the smell of coffee.
What? I like
It
coffee.
makes me nauseous.
Nauseous.
Yeah, I hate it.
I feel like coffee. Okay, what about rain?
Rain.
Rain.
Yeah. Would you rather have rain smell? I like the smell of rain. People like the smell of rain. Rain will drown out the coochie
I'm not
air.
because you're not smelling the water. You're smelling what the water is lifting.
We are
off the
not
ground.
arguing about this again. We've already had this argument. No, I'm talking about the specific. Are you smelling rain or earth?
2 against 1 bakery. I think you're lying to yourself. Imagine being in a donut shop, but you get to put your thing in a hole that you like.
Okay, donuts are different.
It's a bakery.
That's a bakery.
But I thought you were talking about croissants.
But they have croissants at donut shops.
They do. Sometimes they got the ham and cheese though.
Yeah.
Which kind of brings that bacon back in.
Pork right back in the mix now.
Oh yeah, Cinnabon. Oh.
Okay, now you're talking.
Now see.
You said okay, having sex in the mall.
They-
Mall's closed. Cinnabon and Auntie Anne is going.
It smells all right. But I can do that then. But not no. It's got the smell of a threesome. It's just horrible decisions just did this to us. That's how we got here.
Yeah.
That's it.
God dang.
Them threesomes will get you.
And they got on that New York Times bestseller list because they was talking about sex from sea to shining sea.
Oh yeah, I mean the stuff that they were saying to us live in person, I was like, and this ain't the whole book.
You know what, Angel?
And
I realized
they were
that this
feathering the gas pedal because it was us.
Yes.
And that's where I feel like I never considered myself a freak or even in that category, but conversations with them made me realize
It's a different world.
Joshy,
I'm a nun.
Sister Mary Clarence.
Compared to those lovely women,
of God.
I am a nun.
And not Dolores Van Cartier, the old white nun.
Yeah.
At the convent, the one who the old, you know what I'm talking about?
She got the black and whites on.
Yes, the lady from Harry Potter. Yes.
Then she said, I mean, you've had a condom stuck in your vagina before. I was like, no. And I know I got like 10 years on both of y'all. Is this something I was supposed to have happen in life?
Pause here. I have not actually.
Why is that a staple in your mind of like a milestone you have to have happen? She did. And we was like, oh, don't judge me. You know you done had a condom stuck in your pussy before.
Yeah, I just said, wait.
No.
Let's clear my name real quick.
Actually, no, I haven't.
To me, when Angel and I get together, we are crude for church kids.
Yes.
We are not crude for people.
Oh no.
We're just on in the scope of how we grew up, they probably like they don't love the Lord. In the scope of people who didn't grow up, we like, oh my God, I got to go before the throne.
Right.
Y'all are like, y'all do some sex stuff.
Oh, the punchline for us, the punchline would be eating ass. That would be still the setup. They'll be like in.
Right, of course you did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put a mimosa flute up a nigga's butt and drank champagne out of it. We're like, wait, what? You should get an infection.
Like I did it in a car. I did it in a sex dungeon in Paris in the sewers.
And a monkey slapped my titty nipple. What the hell was the monkey doing in there?
I was like,
yeah, you know, that's one of the things they do in Colombia. You get the monkey going, he don't put it in you. He just smack a nipple here and there.
Right.
You know what?
I was like, yeah, no.
These are things I do not know. We just bad for church kids.
I don't always do missionary.
We just stay in the marriage bed is undefiled. Y'all are actually defiling.
Yeah, they were like, first of all, why is there a fucking bed? Okay, because we're not doing that.
I put a rose in my butthole. It don't even go in there.
It don't work that
way. The rose don't go in the butt. I wasn't even having sex. I was driving. Oh my God.
Oh. Yeah, they were something else. So I'm not surprised they were on New York Times bestsellers because
no, and they was out here being like really legit proud about it. Which do your thing. You need people like them and people like us.
Yes.
To open people up because you got to combat lady who's saying missionary is only godly.
Listen, I know
we know that ain't right.
Come on. Yeah. We all can be together in this. I might not let you put nothing in my ass, but she's not right. That's where we come together. You ain't gonna get to peg me, but together we know she ain't right.
All right, Josh, it's your year.
My year, I mean, we were on them planes, man.
We were on them planes.
And all the airlines. I was even doing it, I was doing the math in my head, because we primarily fly Delta, praise God. We got some status. But for Dallas, I knew we were flying a lot on American because I had enough to get a flight for tomorrow on American.
And that ain't even our first airline.
No.
By a mile.
No, second, maybe third at most. But gratefully so. And being on those flights, I was able to book both of our flights to New York in a couple weeks.
Oh, you're going to New York?
Going to New York.
Gonna
Starting the year.
again?
No, not again. Not again.
January?
January 1st.
Are the prices
way better?
They came back down?
60% cheaper.
Man, we went to New York last week, Angel.
I stayed at the Element by Westin. It's not a real Westin. It's like the.
You feel like the Moxie is
Yes.
Yes, but not swanky. Not. It's like
just the bad parts of the Moxie.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
shit.
I stayed in West Times Square, and we don't stay in Times Square area. That room was $830 for one night.
Oh, you went at a Four Seasons?
And that was the cheapest.
With the new year here, there's a bunch of stuff we want to do. There's new goals, new routines, but who has time to cook? Factor makes it easy with fully prepared meals designed by dietitians and crafted by chefs, so you can eat well without shopping or cooking. There's quality functional ingredients including lean proteins, colorful veggies, whole food ingredients, and healthy fats. No refined sugars, no artificial sweeteners, no refined seed oils, meals that fit your goals and schedule, healthier eating, calorie management, and more protein. At Factor is very easy to use. They got a variety of different foods. Ordering, delivery is very convenient. I don't have to overthink it. I just pick some meals out that I want, mix it up every now and then, and it gets delivered to my doorstep. There's tons of options from high protein, calorie smart Mediterranean diet, GLP-1 support, and ready-to-eat salads. They're always fresh and never frozen. You heat them up, and they're ready in about 2 minutes. Head to factormeals.com/SK50OFF and use code SK50OFF to get 50% off your first Factor box plus free breakfast for 1 year. Offer only valid for new Factor customers with code and qualifying auto-renewing subscription purchase. Make healthier eating easy with Factor.
Hotels that are regularly $349 were $1,200 and $1,600. The whole island, Josh was looking at, this is for the Carmelo Anthony podcast that booked late. We were like asking, what is something in town? Which New York isn't usually impacted by a game. Like the city is so big, it doesn't matter if the Yankees are in town, the Giants are playing.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
People are coming to that city regardless every day.
So we were like, Josh showed me, it was like 800 was the minimum, 1,300 was the median.
Yeah.
And I had just been there.
These 1,200 Angel are like Courtyard, Fairfield.
Oh my God.
They were just $180.
I would have to stay in New Jersey. We're staying in New Jersey.
Queens was like $650, and it was like a low.
That's insane.
No, it was crazy. But yeah. So I mean, like I said, gratefully we worked hard, but also I'm grateful to be able to book both of our flights on miles.
Oh, that's great.
To take a couple days for ourselves.
How long are you guys gonna be in New York?
Through the 5th.
So great.
1st through the 5th.
Was it crazy, or was it crazy? It was not crazy
to book stuff.
Yeah.
No. It was, and that's the reason why we ended up going January 1st. They don't take all the decorations down until the 5th or 6th anyway, because the Rockefeller.
That's why it was expensive, by the way.
I might have to follow suit because I've been wanting to take the kids to New York.
Hold up.
The Christmas decorate the hotel front desk. We were like, what's happening?
Tree lighting.
And they were like, the tree lighting and the general festive part of the year for New York 2 weeks before Christmas,
TikTok
up until New Year, the ball drops. They said that. A lot of TikToks. People are like, a lot of foreign people are coming to New York. A lot of Americans are coming to New York. And because it ain't never been that much. And we go to New York once a year.
It's not even as expensive, Angel. The crowds, like
I know.
all of December, you're shoulder to shoulder.
Oh, I know.
They shut off like 2 blocks around. I think up to like Radio City.
Mm-hmm.
It's all barricaded for people to walk in the street.
Yeah.
Around Rockefeller Center. But yeah, we'll be there for a few days, and the prices were a lot cheaper, and the decorations are still up. Obviously, it's January, but
I want to take the boys to see Broadway, and I don't want to get them any more gifts. They get on my nerves. They don't need nothing else.
They're gonna be like that woman's kids.
No, they're not about to be
By the
about
way,
Dr. Simone's.
You know what I realized? Somebody on the podcast comment said this, and the whole clip was so wild. It didn't click that the first thing he said is, if I don't like what you say first, I'm gonna put your food.
The dog gonna eat your food.
Dog gonna. I said.
No, I heard it.
First of all, that's
why the veneers would have been gone.
That's a throat chop. Cause what, you don't even play like that.
I'm gonna smack you in your lips, like it's gonna sting.
Yeah.
Right here, cause it whole hand.
And then chop.
Oh yeah, you can still get up in there.
Yeah. All right, Josh. You.
The year of being engaged and planning a wedding, was a whole different avenue of stress and excitement. I think both equally.
Because you get married next year, which is in a couple of
August.
couple of days.
Yes.
Okay, because I got it.
Because that was the thing too. All year it was, we got over a year. Now it's within a year.
Yeah.
And that's a different type of pressure.
Yes, it is.
It's
But
gonna
gratefully,
be happening this year.
It's been a very busy year, but I'm grateful for the busyness because it's been able to help me prioritize and save and pay for the stuff towards it. Amen. Booking a photographer was way harder than we thought.
Well, really?
I knew it was going to be trickier, but
because you're picky.
We were both picky
Actually,
in our own sense, but like finding somebody was like such a relief, and I think that happened a couple months ago. I'm trying to remember exactly when we booked her, but that, a florist, and understanding how much a couple flowers cost,
Flowers.
just for a couple flowers.
That's
Flowers
why I
are
didn't have no
crazy,
flowers.
man.
I barely had any flowers.
I
in my
respect
wedding.
it.
For Melissa and I's vow renewal, that arch and them centerpieces, boy, them flower people, they gonna take
And
you
that
to
was in
task.
Mexico.
Yes.
I think the only real flowers we had in my wedding was my bouquet. I already knew. I said, I'm not paying for some shit to die in a couple of minutes.
Man.
I said, absolutely not.
Have you got? First of all, just a quick aside, the thought of Joshua Robert Gonzalez being married,
And
even
that-
though he's been with Amara for what 4 years almost.
4 year.
2021.
Yeah, it'll be 5.
It'll be 5 next July.
Next June or July.
Mhm.
Y'all being together, going from like talking to bringing her by the house to like coming around to like moving in. I have felt nothing.
Who you telling, man?
Nothing but like, oh, that's cool. This is the natural order of things. Engaged? Oh,
Snap.
okay.
The clock.
Married though?
Married's crazy.
Joshua being married?
Well, Josh has always seemed super mature, and
For
not that
sure, but
Imara
like-
isn't. It's Imara who I can't believe is getting married. I'm like, you're a child, girl.
That's a sweet little baby.
Sweet little baby
She
girl
should be
that likes
going
to
to
cook
her
in her
11th
easy
grade
bake oven.
homecoming.
Big oven that be on all winter.
Yeah. You being married this time next year is crazy.
That is crazy to think about.
You gonna be a husband.
I know.
Oh,
It's
man.
exciting.
And you got to go missionary only because you can't let her rule over you.
Listen, he
You
said,
can't
all right.
let
He
her
said,
rule
I'm a
over
holy man,
Praise
unlike
God.
you, horse. Oh.
Have you
that's
guys
crazy.
decided what you're doing for your honeymoon yet?
I think we want to do Italy.
Oh, that sounds rich. Like
Now, remember what I told
like
you.
like the theme.
Listen, she hasn't forgotten.
You know what I told you.
I know. I appreciate
I
it.
told him that honeymoon on old Uncle Kev. I ain't got no kids, but
Kevin, this is so good to have a rich friend. It's
name
like
Kevin. No.
it's like y'all's engagement party.
It was Italiano.
Yeah, no, I
she
think
wants
it's
to
a good full
do-
circle.
She wants to do Italy for a couple days and Mallorca for a couple days.
Oh, Spain.
Yeah.
They got a 4 seasons in Mallorca that I want to go to.
We're gonna have to see the budget.
Yeah, well, you know,
Praise God.
Kevin is-
Bonvoy. With Bonvoy, I got all type of thing I can do for you. I can
The points are limitless within
4
Bonvoy.
seasons don't have no
Kevin
point system.
always recommended. Oh, there's a 4 season.
That
There's a
Mallorca,
Ritz Carlton.
okay.
I want to be like, shut up.
That Mallorca 4 seasons, Joshy, go
That's-
at.
I mean, trust me. We got a vision board, but we
Man.
gotta see what's.
Josh
No, no.
gonna be like, here's the thing,
We know-
2026. Come on.
Oh, what? Free head. I mean, $10.99 headshots, 1 day only.
So y'all gonna be gone for what, 6 days?
We're trying to.
What part of Italy?
Como.
Oh.
Yeah, we want to do. I mean, she's got the itinerary unofficially locked, but pending, like I said, pending budget approval within the Gonzalez household.
Oh, because that's what's going to be.
Ah!
That's crazy.
The Gonzalez
I
household?
know, man.
She's changing her name?
I think she's talked about
That girl gonna change
either
her name.
changing or hyphenating.
That girl going to have that Gonzalez. That girl going to have that Gonzalez. She like that
Mara
man a lot.
Gonzalez.
She going to take that name
IG.
because she also want to have his baby. She going to end up taking that boy's name. She going to take that grown man's name.
I knew Josh when he was 20 years old. You'll be what, 33 or 34 next year?
33.
Grown.
You'll be older than Jesus.
He's so stupid.
Jesus ain't make 33, did he? I
He
think he died
did.
at 32.
No, he made the 33.
He made 33. I thought he
That's
died
the
at
Jesus
22.
year. That's why they call it the Jesus year. They don't call the Jesus year 32.
33 Jesus year?
Yeah.
34 gonna be older than Jesus.
34 and be older.
Woo!
But yeah, man, it's been an exciting year, but I think now, well, no, it's been good. It like
And
I
you
said,
did your content every day.
and I did my content. That's what I was gonna wrap it out with. I think I'm on 3. I don't know the exact date, but being able to post every single day was kind of liberating because now I'm trying to see where I'm gonna take it next year.
Fantastic.
You're also a pretty good writer. Your copy is good. Your captions
you.
tell a good story.
Sometimes I feel like I gotta force something out of it, but
That's
I
what
keep them short.
That's what
on those days.
repetition. That's the part about it that I think people make bad, but it's also good. Forcing yourself to do something to not be bored yourself, it'll push you creatively because you won't want to be like, this picture I did this thing, like even the donut thing you did. I was like, oh, I didn't know there was a donut place out there. I love little shops that look like it's not a franchise. I was like, oh, I like that donut. And that's not a picture that you're usually known for. You usually like nature, cities, or live events. But I guess a donut can fit into that thing. But yes, Kevin's gonna boohoo cry when Josh goes down the aisle.
You don't cry hard, Kevin?
If I don't cry on those podcasts, I'm gonna have months of podcast tears available.
Oh,
I've been crying. The older I got, the more I've been crying anyway.
You think that's coming with self-awareness, or is that?
I think when you get
No, I'm not even playing.
I was gonna say probably true.
I'm not joking. I think it's like the hormone levels. It's like the estrogen or something.
I just feel like I'm more susceptible to my emotions, and I don't feel the need to put a cap on them. Like if y'all go down that aisle and I'd be like, look at them, and a little tear escape, that little tear happened. Whoop-de-doo.
Whoop-de-doo.
I ain't gonna, because what make you ugly when you cry is you trying to hold it back. That's what make you ugly. If you just cry, you be like, I'm crying. But when you hold it, then you get to this. That's what I got in the NAACP. That's why I look crazy on B. Simone. That's why Ray J smacked me. Because I was trying not to cry.
You just let those tears flow. So keep.
If you just let the tears flow, that's how I'm gonna be crying at your wedding.
Looking absolutely fucking insane.
Tears coming down. Great job, Joshua Lamar.
It's great.
This is great. I'm very proud of you.
Great.
Yeah, I probably will cry. And if I do, whoop-de-doo. You can't whoop me.
I don't cry at weddings.
You don't cry that much ever.
I know. Weddings make me so happy. Because I love a good reception.
Oh, the reception's going to be a good time.
It's love. It's like, it's a very white people excitement. I'm going to be so excited.
Your hands going like that.
Yeah, because that's what they do. It doesn't matter what the song is. Yeah. I love it. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I haven't been this excited. I haven't been to that many weddings anyway. I think I've been less than 5 weddings.
Really?
Yeah. I've been to mine twice, including mine.
Okay.
Monique's.
Mel's.
Married her. Won't do that again. Dang, Aunt was already married. Jackie Ina.
Wow.
That's it.
Oh, I done been in so many weddings. So did I ever tell y'all? I just told my friend this. I got to do a TikTok about it. I played the guitar at my best friend's.
Did you really?
Yes, it was a
What
surprise.
are you even talking about?
She didn't even know.
You can't play the guitar.
I played the guitar.
You can't. You don't know how to do that.
I did. She got married in the Bahamas. We were in our 20s. My white stepfather, Ron, gave me a guitar. My other best friend, Erica, she was singing NDRE's Beautiful Surprise. And so we practiced. She was like, these are the chords you should play. Because she could hear the chords. She was like, dun, 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 dun. I said, okay. Because I had played the viola.
Of course.
I said,
easy work. It's
this is the
same
viola.
strings.
All you got to do is cow.
That's all you gotta do is flip it over.
You just got to do that.
It don't matter that it's 6 strings and 4.
No.
Whoop-de-doo.
Also, didn't realize that the action was too high. So, like, it was hurting.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, ah!
That's the thing about guitar.
Also, I hear the rest of the chord in my ear, but I'm only playing one note in the chord. So I hear...
You're just over there plucking away.
Blook. bloop, 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 bloop. I flew to the Bahamas with a guitar, got on that damn beach as my best friend was coming down the aisle like this. And I really thought I was fucking doing some shit. I was like this.
Andrew, we might have a spot for you.
Why are you doing this? Why didn't you sit down? No. I want you to sit down.
I was up there.
Was it an electric or acoustic guitar?
Acoustic.
You packed a guitar and plucked one note at a time?
No, you didn't.
It's not playing the guitar.
It was.
That's like get on the piano and be like ding, ding, ding.
I could hear the other chords in my head, so it sounded full. I didn't know how bad it sounded until we watched the video of her wedding at her reception back in the U.S. And I said, was that what that sounded like? Oh! I was so mad at my best friend Erica who sang. I said, girl,
You let me do that.
why didn't you say it don't sound good?
Is there a video?
I gotta see if she has it. She's divorced now, and
That's probably why. And you let your friend play the guitar, and she plucked the note, and I knew from then it wasn't gonna work.
I mean, it was really because I had my like curly fro, and I was.
Your audacity to get up there knowing you don't know how to play this instrument.
I practiced for a month.
But you still didn't know. And you got there on her special day and plucked the note and thought you. This is why we get along. Because I would have been like,
That's the
nigga,
audacity.
first of all, yeah, I am good. And I've been doing this for a month. Ding, 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 ding. Ding,
Oh,
ding, ding,
shit.
ding.
And she
How
didn't
that
know-
sound, y'all? Awful, actually. This was a terrible
You
mistake.
niggas is haters. She literally walking down the aisle because it was a very small. There was only like 6 of us at the wedding. It was very small. There
Oh
was no
my
music other than my friends singing a cappella. And I said, yeah, let's. And then when I heard that video, I said, oh my God, I am so sorry. I really thought I was doing like gifting you something.
A headache. You gave me a terrible memory.
Oh, it's
I
such a
thought
good
I was
story.
gifting you something is great.
Yeah, I did. I really was like, she doesn't have any musicians.
You had that thought and said, I would. Even though I'm not a musician.
I played the viola for 8 years. Just do that.
Oh my
do
God.
that.
Let's flip this over. Take this thing. I don't need that. I'm going to go pluck.
Yeah. And messed up.
Somebody, oh my God.
And there was even a point in time where I played the wrong one note of the chord because I didn't have enough strength to play the full chord, so I could only do one finger at a time.
It takes a lot.
Yeah.
To push all those strings down.
You get callus on your fingers.
There's
too.
a lot of dexterity, a lot of calluses. I learned the guitar during the pandemic and unlearned it also during the pandemic. It's very hard. It's one of the hardest instruments to learn, if you ask me, and I know.
Yeah.
Over drums?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Absolutely.
Oh, I don't agree.
I can't get my body to do all four different things.
No, because if you
Maybe
go to
because I learned
electric,
drums young.
if you go to electric, the action is not as hard. That's
No,
what I
right.
learned. I was like,
The strings are thinner.
Way thinner.
And I could have lowered the action. Nobody told me though. When I finally got guitar lessons, he was like, "Oh, this is." He was like, "Let's change out your strings, and let's lower the action."
And the wedding is already over.
years later, 10 years later, almost.
That's when you realize maybe this isn't for me.
10 years later, I found out. Oh, there was a solution. Yeah, but I did. I played. I forgot that. I don't remember.
I would pay $6,000 USD to watch that video.
I really was like,
That would bring you out of a coma.
oh, I had on my light blue. I was fucking Jimi Hendrix, Bob Marley. I was her.
You know your mind. You're
Nigga, yes.
She had the face going too.
Michael Jackson should have
did.
called me.
I bit my lower lip, nigga. That's how good I was fucking playing.
Joel, there's no way.
I bit my lower lip.
She is like, I know I'm killing it. Let me just put the face on real quick.
Bend my
Hit
bottom
my
lip.
lower lip. You can't tell me I ain't Slash himself.
Oh,
Where's
yeah.
Michael? Get me on the tour.
And my friend was singing her ass off, and I was like, this is just carrying her right, like in a pocket.
The fact that your ears fixed this in real time, that's the delusion that you need to move to Los Angeles. The fact that your brain said, girl, you killing it. Ain't that right, nervous system? Mm-hmm, y'all. Hey, brain, just change it so it sounds good to her. Because this is actually terrible.
It was the prettiest chords
The
ever.
ears was like, hey, brain.
Inside out emotions going
1,000%.
Just spinning in there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It was
I
so
am
good.
literally sweating at the thought of you biting your lip playing the guitar terribly.
At a wedding.
Oh yeah, and I was thin too. Like I was a rock star. I looked great, but I just did the Atkins diet. So like a nigga's stomach was flat.
Atkins diet?
Did this Atkins diet for like 3 weeks. So just shitting myself to oblivion. Okay, so thin, curls popping, guitar. Shoulder roll. I was everything. I was fucking everything and nothing all at the same time.
Boy, you is something else. You are something else. All right, Josh, you have anything else?
Woo! That was so good. I won't do that at your wedding, Josh. Don't worry.
Well, please let her play the guitar.
Oh, Angel.
You got a whole year
Angel,
now.
you're hired.
You got a whole